Hello.
Yo.
Sup?
Sup?
Looks like there's a fairly big update for Fantasy Grounds, so if you haven't already started that,
Yeah,
it took
I'll
me
do
a
that
couple
now.
minutes. Sirenscape.
And it's not my fault this time.
I mean, that's subjective.
I mean, like, the size of the update isn't my fault.
Fair.
Normally it is, because I'll upload a map that's too large for Fantasy Grounds to handle.
Can I blame you for it anyway?
I mean, if you want to, sure.
Okay.
But only you. Bob's not allowed.
Cool.
I'll just...
Sounds good to me.
Let me get that light.
Look at that Bob ass.
Yeah.
Hey, I have no audio. This is fun.
We can hear you, though.
Well, if he can't hear us, telling him that we can hear him isn't gonna work.
Shut up. Don't you assert your logic to me.
Fight me.
Oh, it's okay.
He has control of the monsters. He can do that.
Shit. Oh shit, that's where this is.
Sin. He's like, I'm gonna be a little late. And he's like, never mind. It worked itself out. Like, instantly. You look all aggressive already.
What?
You look all aggressive already. I need to put on my glasses.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
I need to put on my glasses so I can see. You're old.
Okay, you don't have to meow the entire way. Give me the hair time. Ready?
It did it again. It was showing Sin's video was offline. I clicked on it and it was like, oh no, just kidding. I don't know why it's trying to fuck with me like this.
Oh, we're gonna play fetch now. Why couldn't you have done this earlier? Do you
Yeah,
want this
Bob.
again? Oh, now we're done.
Like, yeah, let's play fetch. Nah, I don't want to.
That's how she do.
Like, right after you threw it, like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah. So, at least one animal in this house plays fetch.
And it's Bob. Two
You're not
animals.
wrong.
Why is Fantasy Grounds being like this?
Because it has an update. And any update of more than, like, 4 megs is like, the world is ending.
Yeah, mine is still downloading files while trying to connect, so.
It's fine.
Yeah.
This is fine.
It's
I'll
okay.
be right back.
Sin's going to cry. So I'll be right back.
What? You didn't even bring it back.
Did you see? Have you been on their channel lately, John?
No.
Oh my God! So they got like 5 different series going on right now.
Oh, Jesus.
They have one that's like Dark Souls logic. They have one that's first-person shooter logic. They have one that's Escape from Tarkov logic. But the way that they're doing it now is they're shooting they're just doing like 1-day shoots, and they're shooting every episode like it's a movie almost, and then they're cutting it up into segments and releasing them, periodically. But you could all tell that like one bleeds right into the other now. But first-person shooter logic was pretty funny.
Yo, seriously, the fuck.
Yeah, Viva the Dirt League is amazing.
Fancy Grounds is really fucking up right now.
What's it doing?
Yeah, I'm still waiting to get in. Like, it's still downloading files.
The bar isn't fucking moving. That update broke something.
Well, so when I logged in with the chat account, I got like LUI errors. It was like combat errors. I'm like, all right, let's see how this fucks up the stream.
Cool.
Be fun.
This is fine. Cool.
Well, Bob's in.
Yeah.
For no reason
I'm
whatsoever.
75% of the way there. Ugh.
Yeah.
You kill Hammond? His little body's outside of his map.
Yes, it falls out.
Oh my god.
You've just not noticed that this long into the game?
Will you grab the QNC sweater off the table? Thank you. I'm cold.
I told him, Bob.
Oh, shut up.
Nope. No thanks.
I'll fight you.
Alright, we got 2 minutes before we click over. Plenty of time for everybody's fantasy grounds to start working.
Time for me to look at recap notes, I imagine. See if I have any.
Recap notes.
Right? Lissa's saying she could do it tonight without any notes, is what she just said.
Got it.
No.
Also, I'm drinking invisible juice.
Wow. Impressive.
Ah, nice.
After consuming this, I will be completely invisible.
Lol.
You're still visible.
I haven't finished
Drink
the fucking
faster.
bottle yet, can't you see?
Right.
Faster. Fucking chug it.
Nah, if I chug it, I have a tummy ache. Hurt my tum-tum. Tell you what, I've also learned that I am a fucking lightweight with drinking. Because, like, I poured myself, like, a normal glass that I would drink, like, when I was actually doing it regularly. And I got about halfway done with it, and I was like, fuck. I can't do this anymore.
Little bitch.
I'm gonna have to start pouring them into shot glasses and fucking sipping it.
Little sippy straw.
Also, I drink straight liquor, so it's not a mixed drink or anything. Just want to preface it with that.
No.
I've always been a lightweight, but I'm realizing I haven't had alcohol in almost a year.
That's what happened to me. It's like I haven't really been drinking, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna drink a glass of Kraken. Which, you know, to be fair, is literally the only liquor I've ever blacked out on. But, yeah, I poured, probably, 4 ounces of it, and I had maybe 2 ounces, and I was good. That was good.
Only
All
time
right.
I've had Kraken was fucking around with Drew and Claire. Last
Sounds
week.
about right.
Kraken's good on the rocks.
I know.
No, it's
Claire
good,
likes it.
but
Too good. That's the problem.
dangerous.
All right, let's clicky over. Whoosh. Cool sound effects here. Boom. Camera is
This
not
shit
showing.
brought to you by
Awesome.
Kraken.
Awesome. Here we go. We're starting off strong.
Your invisibility juice works too well.
It did.
Yep.
It worked on the wrong thing.
Maybe
Let's
Absol
try
cast
this. Let's try
darkness.
this. Nope, that didn't work either. Cool, we're starting off really good here. Let's go
It's a feature.
properties.
Um,
There, done. Will that do it? No, we're gonna. Is this how we're gonna be?
No, I forgot to pop out chat. Oops. Do.
All right, now we good now? We good? No, we're not. We're still not. God damn it. How does this stuff happen to me? I don't understand.
Always breaking the shit.
All right, let's do this, and then let's do this, and then do this, and then done, and then now, are we good? Are we not good? We're still not good, huh?
Nah.
All right, try one more thing. See if I can break literally everything. All right, that worked, but does it? It shows the fucking cursor now. Does it show the cursor here too? It still shows the cursor. Damn it. All right, whatever. We're here. Happy Happy Thursday Eve, everybody. Welcome to episode 62 of Quests and Cliffhangers. The episode that bleeds into Friday the 13th.
I don't want to go through Friday the 13th in 2020.
It's the second one. We already had one.
I know. I don't remember the first one.
Exactly,
I'm
see?
sure it was bad.
It couldn't have been that bad, or you would remember.
There have been so many things this year that I don't fucking remember January. This year has been like 10 years, okay?
So we're going to have to deal with a cursor tonight, I think. Because the only way it's working is in this mode that shows the fucking cursor. Sad sigh. Okay. Well, I have no updates, except for the one major one, but we'll get into that later. So, if you want to be boss, exclamation point boss mode, while we do recap, then intro, then pick boss, then go. Who's doing recap?
okay. So I don't remember everything perfectly, but I have some notes that I just slapped together, which was all the clacking you heard. I believe we had just finished. We had just finished fighting the creature that split apart and Lilith stole the soul back of, and we're continuing on our way to Matog. Was there any kind of big thing we had to tackle right at the beginning? I don't think so.
Mimic Arkin was really it.
So that's what I have down, is that Arkin wanted to try and get further information out of Lilith. I don't remember the exacts of why he wanted to befriend her or thought it was a good idea, but he used his whatever ability he has, his disguise self ability, to look like Lilith, the god of death, running around in circles around us, asking if we wanted to play. And so Chaplain freezes because this might be a god. Until another Arkin apparates next to Chaplain. And it's put together somehow in Chaplain's head that the Arkin standing next to me is actually Lilith pretending to be Arkin, and Arkin is out there pretending to be Lilith. And so the god pretending to be Arkin is doing a pretty good job of it and saying, "This is stupid, I don't care, let's keep going," kind of stuff. And so I listened to her. I don't know. Eventually, I think she just grows tired of it. I don't remember why it stopped.
I thought you asked the question
Oh, right. I was trying to prove which one was which. I asked a question that only Arkin would know the answer to. And then I asked a question of Lilith in trade for stabbing Arkin because I figured that would entertain her. So I tried to. I failed. I couldn't pass his armor class. But I made a valiant attempt. We managed to somehow get away without anybody dying, even though Arkin was actively taunting the god of death in her domain. And we arrived to the city of Matog. And by arrive, I mean we see it on the horizon and spend 3 more days walking towards it, with it continuing to get bigger. There was a small side group of kind of mindless-looking or weird-looking, cult-looking people just kind of milling about in a small village. And we decided better of it and avoided that group. We were able to sneak away, so we have no idea what that was about, but decided it was probably for the best that we didn't engage them. As we got to the city, we saw one more person like that, just walking by with a camel. He didn't respond to our addresses to him, and one of the theories is that it was when you spend too much time in the corruption fields, that's what happens to you. We get into the city and we stand out pretty hard because we're not all wearing nothing but black in a dark city with this weird dark sooty powder covering over everything. So we're making our way through the city, which has a bunch of heavily armored, head to toe, like can't see their face kind of guards, swinging a censer back and forth as they walk, noticing that people are giving a wide berth to them, which we follow suit on, assuming that the censors will kill us or something. And as we go about and ask some questions, we hear that a previous group had come through and caused a lot of trouble. Also, with the recent change in the Pantheon, it's caused a lot of dislike and a lot of tension, as the city is still acting and behaving as if the Raven Queen is still around, or it's based around the Raven Queen's wishes and so on, even though she's not around. And Lilith doesn't care about temples or worshippers. She just wants to play, so she hasn't, corrected them. So they're still kind of stuck in old ways. As we're traveling through the city, Arkin catches that someone's tailing us and fills in Absol on it, and suddenly Absol and Arkin have to go pee in an alley. And so Chaplin and Screech just kind of stand there awkwardly as they go disappear for a minute, which is just them using us as bait to see what this person does, who stays nearby, doesn't engage, just kind of keeps an eye on us subtly until Arkin Absol returns to us, which makes the dude wander off. Arkin follows him into a shop and threatens him from invisible, walks him out to us, and then they confront him for information. And most of what they got is that he's concerned that we're here to cause more trouble, trying to keep an eye on us. That situation parts with the dude fleeing in terror after Arkin and Absol are confident in the information that they get from him, and we continue on. We head towards the main temple to set a waypoint with Word of Recall. With a little bit of retconning and spending some points, I decide to not set the waypoint in the temple itself, but to set it in the gallows nearby the temple, which normally wouldn't work. But one of the things that Chaplin asked Lilith while she was there is, hey, you've mentioned you don't care about temples, they're boring. Will you allow me to set a waypoint anywhere in your domain as I would normally in a temple? And I got close enough to a yes answer. So I haven't actually tested to see if it works, but I'm fairly confident that if a god is okay with it, I can set a waypoint where the fuck they want. With that being done, we I believe we spent the night because we wanted to check out. Or no, did we immediately go over? Yeah, we immediately went over. Where was it that Absol got the tattoo? Oh, it was after we got back. So we decided to go see the other side of the city being up above us, because this is the Shadowfell city in the material plane. There's a big obelisk that you walk through, and when you get to the other side, you're in a bright, happy city surrounded by shadow. Chaplain goes through, tests the waters, comes back, lets everyone know it's safe, and so everyone comes through, except Arkin is invisible during this process. As soon as we pop through, a bunch of guards immediately surround us and escort us to, like, the king of this area. I don't remember his name, Bishop or something. Sounded
the Archbishop.
Yeah, there we are. Effectively trying to see who we are, why we're here, and warning us that for our entire duration of our stay there, we will have a guard actively with us, and to threaten and warn us to not do anything funny, because a group had recently come through that killed like 40 people or something, and they were outsiders, so they were concerned that we were similar. Which it didn't help that we didn't have an exact, we're here to do this. It was like, we're just exploring to, some of the scariest places imaginable. We got a bit of further information. Specifically, we had come here because Absol wanted to, trying to look for pieces of Black Razor. There was some miscommunications. We didn't know that Absol didn't specifically know where the pieces were. He was just going to go into the Shadowfell and wander and look. Chaplain asks the Jackal what pieces are known and where are they, and found that the only known pieces are on the material plane, and there are no known pieces in the Shadowfell. That kind of upsets Absol when he found out that information. We went over the fact that I didn't know to ask that, and so on. But tension is tension. With the guard following us around, I got his permission and set a waypoints near their temple in the courtyard of it. But instead of spending the night there and chilling, Chaplain made the decision for the group that we're heading back through before bedtime, because Arkin's been invisible this whole time. And if Arkin stops being invisible, they're going to think we're up to something if someone magically appears that we haven't talked about being there. And thus we'll get arrested and all sorts of terrible things will happen. So Chaplain and the group go back to the other side and go off and head to rest in a tavern, so that they can be prepped for whatever they're going to do afterwards, which is probably going back to search for Kenku secrets back all the way back in Riverview, or whatever the name of that place is. While we are sleeping and Absol isn't, Absol goes off in search of a tattoo artist. And specifically, he finds, he's told of a couple of places to go, but no, I want to go to the more difficult place full of people that don't want to tattoo me. And it actually turned out pretty well for him. I don't remember what specific race of people it was, but it was effectively elves that were still dedicated to the Raven. And apparently there's a tie between Black Razor and the Raven Queen. He managed to sway their interests by talking about Black Razor and so on, and got a tattoo, just telling the dude, just go nuts, do what you do. And further, he kind of put magic into the tattoo, which allows Absol to cast Commune once a month, which is a 5th level divination spell. And I think that's where we ended off. No? I don't remember what happened after that.
You guys left. You ported back to Fortunas.
Okay.
Arkin said that if you drop him in water, that he's going to stab you. So
Yep.
you dropped him right next to the water.
Yep.
You guys continued on the way around so you could start looking for the Kinku secrets. And you went to the cave that the monks of Bornon used to travel to get goods between Fortunis and Bornon.
Right.
And then when you camped there, Absol do as he do and stayed awake, and found a strange wooden tablet with letters on it in a metallic triangle that began moving, highlighting letters, asking, "Do you want to know?" And when he said yes, all of a sudden he heard dripping noises. And as he turned around, he could smell the smell of iron, as there was basically just this river of blood. And he followed that to the silhouette of someone sitting on a throne.
Right.
I know you just blocked all that out, huh?
Yeah, no, lost all of it.
Yeah, and that's pretty much where we left off, was with Absol in front of this guy who is sitting on this throne of liquid blood, with this red blade across his shoulders. Doo-doo-doo. So on that note, let's kick off the intro that I am totally going to do with one button in automated processes and not manually do myself.
Uh-huh.
And then we'll start episode. Oh, yeah. I guess if anybody is trying to be boss, Young Fang's your only competition right now. So there's that. More when we get back. Episode 62, Quest, Cliffhangers, go.
Your face is.
Are you saying I keep you up at night? What's that laugh?
Just seeing it fade back in from the intro as you're talking about. Do I keep you up at night?
Oh.
So again, the perfectly
Good
matched. Like,
timing.
the fuck are we talking about?
So let's go ahead and pick a boss. Surprise, who it's gonna be. Oh my God, it's Young Fang. Who'd have thunk it? So yeah. Dang, really? You just gonna start it off like that?
Just a warm up.
All right. So, Absol, you're standing in this cave with this flowing river of blood as this entity sits in front of you, sitting on a throne that looks like liquid blood pouring into this river. He has this blade that looks exactly like Black Razor across his shoulders, but it is red and dripping blood. And he looks at you and he just smiles. So you're the one who's trying to put Black Razor back together.
Yeah, I think you got something that belongs to me.
Is that what you think? And he reaches into his shirt and he pulls out this necklace, and hanging from the necklace is this shard of blackened metal.
There it is. So, who are you?
Who am I? It's the problem with you mortals. Couple centuries and you forget everything.
Tends to happen to gods that don't do much.
You see him grit his teeth a bit and lean forward. You talk a lot for little more than a host to a parasite.
You brought this little mortal here in front of you.
Yes.
Is there a reason?
Yes, I wanted to see the trash that Black Razor picked this time, so I can watch yet another one fail. And I wanted to see what you look like, so full of energy and confidence, so I can savor the look of hopelessness and despair when I snap your spine. And as he says that, you start feeling yourself sinking into this river of blood.
If I try to like lift my legs and stand where I was standing before, do I gain any like progress to get out?
Not at all. Like as soon as you start noticing it, like you're like sinking down in it, almost like faster than you would in like wettened mud. Like the viscosity is just starting to increase, and you're starting to feel yourself be taken under tow.
Do I feel like I could cast any kind of spells at the moment?
You could certainly try, yeah.
He's gonna try to fly.
Sure. Give me an Arcana roll.
Oof. Why?
As you try, you feel the connection to Black Razor is just faint, almost non-existent where you are currently. And in this last-ditch effort, you try to pull a feather out to fly, just as your head gets sucked underwater, and you feel this current pulling, and you're feeling your body get launched backwards and under.
He's gonna try to swim up and just hold his breath.
As you breach the surface, you can see the tunnel that you were in is just passing by you at a rapid pace, like you're just being launched backwards. And before you really can collect yourself and see what happens, you feel yourself get tossed, and you just, boom, hit the ground next to the table where you seen that board before this entire endeavor started.
Yeah, like groan and like sit up and see if anyone's awake.
Everyone's still asleep, but your clothes are saturated with blood.
Awesome.
Just tell us he took a shower.
Is Black Razor around still?
Yeah, it's still with all your belongings. Everything's still there.
All right. Just gonna wander over to Arkin and like kick him awake.
Take some wild swings with his dagger. What?
Come on, we're gonna go for a little walk.
Right now? What's going on?
Can I
Open your eyes and you'll see.
roll perception to add to this conversation since I'm usually on watch?
Sure. As I don't assume that Arkin's too quiet when being woken up this way, I assume you may overhear it.
Yeah, he's gonna peek an eye open and look over. The fuck happened to you?
Is there danger present?
Absol like turns his head and looks over at Chaplin. Nah, we're fine.
Understood. And he doesn't move his head or anything during this, just ask the question and continue sitting there.
Guessing like Absol's given the like familiar look that Arkin would understand it's something private, so he's gonna get up without making any more noise and follow.
And they're gonna head backwards the way they came, a few feet into the tunnel. Like he's gonna try to like wring out his clothes as he's walking.
Oh yeah, you're sopped. Like every step is just all.
I don't like it.
It's in your hair. It's on you. Like you're just coated.
Yeah, Arkin's keeping a safe social distance.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming by your behavior that this isn't your blood.
Oh no.
So sounds like you won then.
It was nothing like that. And he starts taking off his clothes and folding it into little piles and doing spells on it. And as he does that, they like instantly become clean. I finally got some information on one of the pieces for Black Razor.
Oh, joy of joys.
Yeah, a god has it.
Well, hopefully it's one that likes Chaplin.
No, he pretty much issued a challenge to me. Come try to take it.
Oh. But your appearance of your clothes isn't an indication that you beat his ass then?
He's sat on a throne of blood in a room of blood holding a sword of blood.
That sounds quite unsanitary, but yes, go on.
So after he called to me, I fell into the blood and I got a little bloody.
A little?
But I told him I accepted his challenge. And that's what I'm going to go do right now.
Okay, so we have to go kill a second god. Cool. Let's make
Not
some
we.
interesting letters to write home to mom. What?
Not we. You're not. I'm not putting you anywhere near a god that wants to kill me.
It's not our first rodeo, buddy. We've done this before. All right, how far is it?
Vargrog and the Jackal have done this.
I mean, I guess they help a little bit.
And also like stands up and like looks over you. You're not coming this time.
Again with the dramatics. Okay, well, how far is it? How long do you need?
This is going to be probably a few years in the making. I need to get all the info I can on him. I'm going for a portfolio so I can match his level. Then I'm going to him.
Okay, wait. Okay, so you are going to go on trying to find the portfolio. I don't know how you're going to find that, first off. Number two, you're going to try to read it and survive it, which we've heard the Jackal's many warnings about that. And then afterwards, you're still going to go and try and fight some other god by yourself with some powers you probably don't understand, because you don't even understand your current powers. And all this for your stupid weapon god thing that left you half blind and doesn't do anything else.
Pretty much. I'm glad you understand.
And why do you need to do this alone?
Are you gonna give up your life just to do this? Something that you don't even believe in?
He pinches the bridge of his nose. Look, I've accepted a long time ago that your conquest for this thing, whatever it is never going to make sense to me. You don't know how to explain it, and I can't comprehend it. But it's important to you. So that's why I've just been going along with it. So if this is what we're doing, then that's what we're doing.
How about you do something else that's important to me?
Such as?
Keep yourself safe.
We kind of fell out of the business of being safe a long time ago. I don't know if you've noticed. They're not going to try and feed me that whole protecting me angle again, huh?
You could call it what you will.
Because by my count of me saving your ass versus you saving my ass, I think you're still a little under there, buddy.
Are you counting the times before we met Chaplin? Before we met Screech? Before I even got this thing?
Right, we survived together. And now you're saying that now after Mom and Quill has both left us, you now plan on leaving for a number of undetermined amount of years on some quest that you really don't sound like you have enough information on.
All right, I'm going to go get information. And I'm not taking any stops. I'm not doing anything else. This is going to be my life until I get it done. No more sidetracks and distractions.
Okay, so you don't want to deal with whatever the two of them have going. I have no sidetracks or distractions. Let's go. I'll get my shit.
No. I'm not budging this time.
Whatever. You can't stop me from following you. I'm gonna go get my stuff. And he turns around and starts walking like he's about to go gather his things. He's searching through my spell sound.
And Apsil's just gonna turn and start walking.
Well, I reckon it's going to be. He's not even looking back 'cause he's so sure you're not going to leave.
Yeah. So you go get your bags and whatnot. Are you trying to do this stealthy, or are you trying to just do it?
Yeah, nope, he's doing it stealthily because clearly he's trying to leave without the two of them. So he's gotta, hurry up and get his things quietly.
Can you even get a 33 with perception?
30 is my max.
Okay, so you're still in low power mode. The last you've seen, everybody kind of walked out of the cave. They walked out of the cave together, and you don't hear any sounds. Ark, and you manage to sneak in and grab all your things, and you head back into the cave, back where you were talking, and Absol's just gone.
Yeah, he looks around for a moment and then nods over at Craven on his shoulder and takes to the air to, fly around and look for him.
Sure.
He went back into the cave, right?
Who?
To the Absol went back into the cave.
Yeah, he went back towards the way that you guys came from.
Which is a day-long tunnel with should be
We camped
fairly
out
easy
in the
to trace
tunnel though,
down.
didn't we?
Yeah, you're in the tunnel. You guys walked for a while in the tunnel though. But yeah, you guys were in the tunnel.
Oh, I thought we were having a conversation at that like opening of the tunnel or something.
Well, you guys walked. It would be unfeasible to walk back to the opening to have the conversation because you guys walked for like a day, like almost all
Right.
day in there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so there's only 2 directions to go, and thus tracking someone down wouldn't be hard.
Yeah, so yeah, he's going to send Craven to fly ahead of him, and he's just going to double time it to catch up.
Give me a perception roll with Craven.
I don't have a token.
It's so stupid that you have to have a fucking token. Just give me a 20 die plus 1. Off in the distance, you could see, from Craven's view, you could see Absol running. He stops, pulls out Black Razor, swings and hits Craven, and then your sight turns off.
Okay. Arkin's going to now use his full speed to run to that location.
Yeah, you book your way through there, and you see that there's like an area where there's some feathers, and then about 30 or so feet beyond that, there's just this thick blanket of magical darkness.
And this is still in the cave, right?
Yep.
So he's staying in front of this wall of darkness. He's Levi, come on, quit fucking around. And if he has to get a response, he's just gonna run into the darkness.
Sure. Yeah, you run in, and as soon as you hit it, it's pitch black. You see nothing. You don't even see your hands in front of your face. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's still calling out to his brother, sounding more desperate. He just runs into the darkness.
Yeah. You run in. You kind of feel yourself against the wall for a moment there, and you're calling out, and all you're hearing is your voice echoing through the cave. You don't hear him at all.
Yeah, after he gets tired of this, which takes a while, he's just going to try and find his way back out of the darkness. And then he's just going to kind of collapse and sit there.
And as you're there for a little while, you hear nothing. No sounds of movement, no anything, as you're sitting in this just dark cave. All the torches around this area were magically extinguished. So there's like a wall of darkness behind you, and then there's a few feet of natural darkness in front of you before the torches start back up. And it's just dead quiet.
So yeah, he sits there and like kind of taking a while to accept what's happening. And he's just like, "You said you'd never leave." Got it. And then he gets up and starts walking back to camp.
And what do you do when you get back there?
He's just going to lay out his bedroll, lay back down, and just kind of turn away from everybody and just lay there.
Yeah, so Chaplain, Screech, you both wake up after you've rested. And you see Arkin laying with his back facing you and no Absol.
Well, from a non-meta perspective, it is very common for Absol to not be sitting there waiting when morning comes because he doesn't like to sleep anyway. So it's easy to assume he's just wandering somewhere. So Chaplain's going to get up like nothing has changed and offer to make breakfast as he normally does with a spell in the morning.
Sure. Give me a perception roll.
Skills, perception, 16.
Yeah. So you notice that Absol's belongings are gone, which is not typical of him. None of his stuff's there. None of his bedroll, his backpack, nothing like that. And you also notice that even with the prospect of food, Arkin doesn't respond to you.
Good morning, Arkin. I cannot seem to find Absol. Do you know where he is?
He doesn't respond.
It seems as if he is left with his belongings. I woke to him and you attempting to speak last night. Do you know where he currently is?
Just hear him barely above a whisper say, no.
Arkin, are you well? You seem abnormal.
No response.
Chaplain's going to walk over and just start checking him over medically. As if you allow it. I assume it'll be slapping me off fairly quickly.
He doesn't.
No. Does a 24 find depression?
I don't think it needs to be a 24 to find that. Definitely, everything about him right now is different from his body language to the fact that he's not stopping you, checking him over.
Chaplain is going to reach into his pouch, pull out a couple gold pieces, and drop them on the floor. Oops, I seem to have dropped something. And just stare at Arkin for a moment.
Craven flies over and grabs him.
Craven, no, you didn't re-summon Craven. Craven's dead.
Oh,
right
that's true. That's true. You're correct. Yep, they sit there.
Screech walks over and picks up the gold.
Arkin, I am currently uncertain that I'm in fact speaking to Arkin. Is there any way that you can clarify and prove to me that you are not someone in a disguise?
Whatever, I don't care anymore.
Proof accepted. Can you please clarify where Absol is? As we cannot set off without him.
He fucking left, okay? He gets up and just storms off, like just away.
Does he leave his belongings there?
Yep.
Okay. I cast Sending.
Why would he leave? Where'd he go?
See if he is willing to reply to me. Sending Absol. Hello, Absol. It seems you have left. Could you please tell us where you are going and when you intend to return? You may reply to this message.
You get no response.
And Arkin's in about 50 feet away. He stops and takes meditative sitting position, what you usually see when he's summoning Craven.
I don't think Screech has cheese anymore.
No, but I can make some with breakfast.
I'm pretty sure that it's been long enough that my...
Probably.
Yeah, I removed my cheese. It's gone. Wow. Screech kind of wanders over to Chaplin. It's like, so... Where'd he go?
He would not reply to me. Based off of how Arkin is currently acting, it would imply that Arkin did not, or Absol did not leave without speaking to Arkin. If Absol had simply left without any clarification to Arkin, we would be actively following Arkin, who would be following Absol. The fact that he is not following Absol implies that Arkin either knows where Absol is going or knows that we are unable to follow him. As such, I am going to do my best to tend to Arkin until we can better understand our situation.
But... why would he leave, though? We're his friends!
I am uncertain, as it seems clear by Arkin's reaction that he, or rather that Absol, left without deciding to speak to us first. But I do not believe Arkin to be currently lying about this scenario. He has never joked in this manner before. I'm going to provide what aid I can, however, I am not trained in this manner of assistance heavily. How long does my breakfast spell take to cast? Great food and water. One action. Okay, I can do it as we go. Chaplain's just going to go and sit next to Arkin. Not expecting him to say anything, just sitting there.
Screech is gonna sit on the other side of Arkin and like look up at him and be like, you wanna cut my feathers again and to a mohawk? You like that?
His eyes are closed and his mouth is still moving in the whispers of whatever chant that he does when summoning, and he's just not acknowledging either of you.
As a note, Screech, he is currently performing a ritual spell and cannot speak to us during this time. You have seen me do this on many occasions. When I presume, based off of a quick test, chap ass, I have deduced that Craven is not present, and thus he is likely resummoning Craven. Tell me it's not a valid way to check if he's around.
Super valid, and I appreciate that.
I believe that is the only ritual spell I've seen him cast in the past.
Screech is just gonna sit there because that's what Chaplin did, and friends are sad, so she's with friends.
I am certain that I could glean information to attempt to follow Absol. However, I would like to let Arkin decide what should happen in this instance, as we were not part of the conversation that I am assuming happened.
But if he's sad, we should find Absol.
let's play pretend in our minds for a moment. Let us assume that Absol left and does not want to be followed. If we were to find him again, would he likely leave again in that same scenario? And if,
He did walk into the woods once, and then there were all the wolves. The wolves? Yeah.
if Arkin is currently sad because his brother has left, would Arkin be more sad if his brother had to leave twice?
Well, maybe he wouldn't leave again because he'd see his friends are there.
Are you both sitting on either side of him?
Yeah,
having
we're
this-
talking over
Yeah.
top of you.
His eyebrows are getting more and more like his spell casting is through gritted teeth at this point.
These motherfuckers won't shut up.
So fucked up.
Chaplain will wait and chill for 30 minutes or so and then prepare breakfast. The actual summoning of it was only in action, but he seasons it up and so on a little bit before throwing it at people. And I will do my best to prepare what Arkin likes best, knowing that he won't eat it, and make sure Screech gets some cheese.
No, what you need to do is you need to prepare a plate for Absol so then Arkin can take the food off of it.
Too soon.
There's logic there.
So as you are preparing food and getting everything ready, you guys all hear this sound of this deep, deep whistle, like a almost a howling sound that starts ripping through the cave proper. And it's just a boo.
Are we still in the cave with lots of cave on either direction?
Yes.
But it's coming from a specific direction?
It is.
Can we
yeah.
tell? Okay. Chaplain will get up and deploy his shield in between Arkin and the noise. Screech, please be prepared in case whatever that noise is unfriendly.
Doesn't summoning Craven only take 10 minutes?
Good question.
Or is it an hour?
I think it's an hour.
Well,
I think somebody familiars takes an hour.
if it's done as a ritual spell, not consuming a spell slot. What's the name of the
nope,
spell?
it's 1 hour.
Okay.
Yeah, Arkin hears it. He doesn't react. He's just continuing.
And the sound is coming from opposite of where you came in.
Neat. Yeah, Chaplain will be in the way. Shield deployed. Hoping that it's not bigger than me.
Screech will stand up and just be at the ready as just. God, her best friend is sitting on the ground, sad and depressed, and mumbling to himself. That doesn't seem good.
After about 5 minutes straight of the noise, it stops.
Interesting. Can I better, just because we've had a few minutes to listen to it, try and identify what the noise is?
Sure. Give me an insight.
That's a great roll, but play it as lies.
Hard to tell. It sounds like maybe a horn of some sort, or your mind just starts racing as to what could be making that noise.
At least it wasn't a crit fail. But I'll let my guard down and go back to making sure everyone is fed and helping Screech put on her armor and that kind of stuff. Awkward silence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But at this point, I think we're waiting for Arkin to finish his summoning spell, and then we'll continue, unless we're attacked again.
Yeah, nothing else happens. Nothing of interest happens. And after a minute, you hear the sounds of wings flapping.
Chap ass.
Chop ass! Flutters in and lands on Arkin's shoulder.
Welcome back, Craven.
Screech is gonna mimic Craven's laugh. It's funny.
Chaplain will offer a plate of food to Arkin. Does he take it?
He walks past it. Craven lands on the plate and starts pecking.
And then I will take a second meal I prepared and wrap that up to go. Feed him later. And let Craven have at it. Arkin, are you willing to discuss what you spoke about with Absol? Or if you do not wish to discuss that, can you at least tell us where we should be going currently?
I have no idea. Go wherever you want.
Let us, due to the noises we have heard, let us attempt to get out of this cave. And we can better decide things as we walk.
So we're not gonna go find Absol?
Arkin, would you like us to try to find Absol? I am likely able to track him down to some degree. Depending on what kind of protections Black Razor may offer.
He left of his own free will, like they all do. So let him go.
I did attempt to reach out to him, and he did not reply. I presume he did not wish to reply.
I'll help Screech find her little Kenku secrets because that was the deal. And then afterwards, I'm going home. I have one blood relative left. I might as well go back to the city that he owns. He starts getting his stuff together and making sure that Celine gets fed, and he's ready to go.
I thought you said we were family.
He doesn't reply to that.
Great, now we have Emo Arkin and Emo Screech.
To be fair,
Cool!
to be fair for clarity, he said I have one blood relative left.
Yeah.
I don't take offense. I don't have blood. Yeah, we'll keep heading the direction we went because Arkin has told us to not track him down.
All right. Yeah, so you guys continue through this large cave with torches on either side, and every every hour or so that you guys walk, you see there's another area that has like a little resting spot carved into it. And they're all furnished, similarly with the raised wooden platform over the dirt and some tables. And then after almost a full day's worth of walking, you guys start seeing light at the end of the tunnel, non-metaphorically. And as you start getting closer, you hear that sound again, that boo, this time so loud that you can feel it in your chest.
Screech kind of just like jumps back a little. What the fuck?
Arkin's still riding forward like nothing's wrong.
I'm confident that whatever that is, it didn't come down the tunnel last time, so we'll find out together.
So you guys are continuing walking?
Yeah.
It continues on the entire time you guys are walking until you get to the mouth of the cave. And as you get close enough and can start seeing what's going on, the wind is blowing so hard, almost like tornado category winds. And the wind is wrapping across the mouth of this cave, and it's creating this whistle sound that is just echoing through. And on the opposite end of where you guys are looking, you're seeing trees that are bent over almost in half.
Arkin, Screech, please stop for a moment. It seems that it may be slightly dangerous out there. Arkin, you seem to be well versed in chronological activities. Can you tell me how long it has been since the last time that noise was present? I'm trying to find out if it is dictated by a specific time of day and thus can be avoided.
How long was it, Cliff?
Since you guys heard it last time, it's been about 5 hours.
About 5 hours, almost to the minute.
That, unfortunately, does not follow a daily pattern that would be easy to predict. You say trees are like bending over from it?
Yeah, you're seeing trees like bending, just at the mercy of the wind.
Perhaps we should wait close to the mouth of the cave and wait for the wind to die down. And when the wind dies down, move as quickly as we can away from the entrance of the cave.
Arkin dismounts.
This is going to be fun conversations for the next couple of days. Which I totally get. Chaplain's going to take a moment to cast Aid on the three of them, which is already in the combat tracker, but we will need the 15 bonus hit points at some point.
All right. John, go ahead and give me a con save, please.
Okay.
That's okay.
I resist depression.
As you kind of look off in the distance at the wind blowing, like for just a brief second, you think you see Absol, in the wind. And as you kind of like take the double take and look at it, you realize it's just an illusion of how the grass is swaying in one of the areas because of the wind. But just for that brief moment, your hopes just kind of peak, and then you're back.
Can he put up his hood without activating his invisibility?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does that. And he So while he's sitting there, he opens up his book you've always seen him reading right out of, and he starts doing something you've never seen him do before. He starts tearing, like flipping through, tearing out pages, crumpling them up, and some of them he's tearing up and he's just tossing them aside.
Arkin, you seem to be damaging your own property. Should we be concerned about loss of data?
Any of the pages that he's just kind of tossing, Screech is trying to grab and pick up, and she's visibly upset at the destruction of a book.
Nothing important.
Are there any like whole pages that you're just crumpling up and throwing?
There's maybe one that he looks like he thinks twice about, like he's about to tear it up, and then he stops and he just crumples it and just throws it.
So if Screech picks that up, what does she see on it?
Fuck. She would see no writing, but actually a drawing, like a sketch, and it looks like a younger version of Arkin and Absol, and there's like these monsters surrounding them, and what appears to be Arkin is kind of like curled up in a corner, and Absol is standing in front of him with this massive like flaming sword and these big angel wings, and he's like fending them off.
Yeah, Screech is gonna tuck that between the pages of her Kenku book and put it in her bag.
But yeah, after he finishes, he closes his book, and then he just kind of lays back with his arms crossed and just closes his eyes.
I'm going to make a stealth check to try and pick up the pieces without Arkin knowing. We'll see how this goes. Why do I have a 5 bonus? I crit failed anyway, but...
You didn't crit fail, that was a 7.
Oh, that I'm reading wrong. Okay. I have a 1 bonus. We're fine. So yeah, I got a whopping 8 on my stealth check.
You didn't even need to roll perception on that. Your passive perception was higher.
Okay. He knows this. Like, he peeks an eye open, and he just closes it.
I'm putting all of the scraps of paper into a dedicated bag in my pouch because I've had the contents of torn up books restored before, and I want to hold on to it in case he decides he wants that data back. Because I know a guy. But Chaplin won't bring it up or anything. He's just going to collect the pieces to make it easier on the Jackal should Arkin want the information back. But after that, Chaplin's just going to kind of stare out the mouth of the cave and kind of try and better understand what's going on out there.
Yeah. How long are you waiting before you go to do that?
Just cleaning up Arkin's tantrum and then going to stare at the mouth of the cave because not much else to do, and I want to understand what we're going into, and I don't trust the other two to currently be making wise decisions.
Screech?
Not even Screech?
Wise?
Right.
No, Screech is too busy being worried about her friends to make intelligent decisions. That's the correct excuse.
Screech doesn't need a fucking excuse. She's
Like-
just she dumb.
So, as a mild back note here, I used to have a flaw that Absol needs to die. That got lowered to I need to keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't go corrupt. Well, to some degree, that it feels like that ship has sailed, but also Chaplin is fairly confident, whether or not this is true, Chaplin is fairly confident that if Absol goes off on his own, he probably won't live through it because Chaplin has helped him up so many times. And so there is a small part in the back of his head that sees there's a problem solving itself. Gonna hold on to who's here. And thus, Chaplin's not super worked up about it and not trying to sway things, just trying to do damage control here.
Okay.
If I seem unaffected.
That's fair. So as you're watching in the distance, after about 20 or so minutes of watching the storm, you can see further off. You can see the wind has died down, and it looks like it's like right in front of you where it's at. And it looks like this calm is sort of moving in your general direction. But as of right now, it's still pretty dangerous immediately outside the cave.
Everyone, please be prepared to leave in a few minutes. It looks like the storm will pass soon, and given the unpredictable nature of it, I would like to take the window at its earliest opportunity. Please make sure that all articles of clothing, contents of pouches, and everything else is securely strapped down.
Are you fucking flight attendant now?
That's where I was going with that, yeah. Please keep all arms and legs securely attached to your mount at all times. And given wind conditions, perhaps it would be best if Craven was not airborne for the duration of this next trip. Sorry.
He kind of like hops inside his little pouch inside his Arkan's cloak.
Craven listens to me? What kind of nonsense is this?
He has self-preservation.
Yes.
Come on, Chaplin. You don't want to hear him like...
I do have that thought.
So about 15 or so minutes after you say that, you see the wind die down almost completely. You barely see a sway of the tall grass as you guys look out into this long hilly field that's in front of you that just has waist-high grass all around it.
If the storm returns again, I will create a shelter as I did in the desert to temporarily weather it. But beyond that, Chaplin's going to head out, and as long as everyone follows, actually at kind of a sprint pace for the first half an hour, just to get away from the mouth of the cave in case it's like a wind effect caused by the terrain of the mountains.
Yep.
But after that, we'll slow down.
Yeah, so you guys pick up pace, head out for about a half hour or so. In that same amount of time, it's starting to get dark. And about an hour or so into your guys' travels, you start to feel the wind pick up, and you notice that it is picking up from your right, which would be like the mountains to your right.
Yeah.
You're feeling it pick up from that direction.
It seems as if the weather may pick up again. I'm going to, and it is also getting dark. Perhaps we should take shelter here for the night. Since there have been no objections to this, I will set up camp. Have we seen any signs of life in the last hour or so of our travel?
No. I mean, no, nothing crazy. I mean, there's birds and shit you see.
Okay, so
Yeah.
small animals are able to survive the maelstrom, not expecting to get literally lifted into the air. So yeah, Chaplin will create I'll use 2 uses of stone shape to create a 5x10 hut. But I will leave most of one side of the wall open, specifically the side that is opposite of that large mountain. So there's a little bit of wraparound protection, but we're not cramped into super warm, super tight space if we don't need to be. I thought about, the other shelter I can make, but that takes an hour and will likely be interrupted.
Yeah, so you create an area that's just barely big enough for the 3 of you and the 2 mounts to squeeze into.
That's fine. Screech will lounge on top of. So.
Frup is more bed than mount.
Yes.
And not too much longer after you do that, you can start feeling like the vibrations of the wind hitting the shelter, and any openings that you have, you're hearing the wind whistling through, just as it just picks up. And any openings that you have to be able to see out, you see a similar thing happening where the grass begins to dance like crazy and the trees begin to bend. And this continues on until nightfall.
Oof. Sleeping here may be difficult. There's a god of the weather, isn't there? I know the god of the deserts is a dick. I actually have that in my notes. The god of the desert is a dick. I don't remember the specifics.
Verbatim?
But, no, verbatim is fuck the god of the sand, Delmas.
You know they can see what you write in your journal, right?
That's fine. Helm, god of protection. Fuck this guy. God of
I
wild
really want to
and
hear Chaplin
nature.
just be like, fuck this guy. But.
I do have the god of wild nature, which would likely be the right person, but Talos, god of storms. Is this a storm? I don't know what technically counts as a storm. Oh well, no.
Have you not heard of windstorms before? We get windstorms warnings here sometimes. Like, I would count that as a storm.
Before bed, I will take an hour to cast Commune to Talos, god of the storms, which is 3 yes or no questions.
Mm-hmm.
The first question being, does this windstorm continue all the way to the river?
No.
Is this windstorm a regularly occurring thing in our current area?
Yes.
Is this windstorm caused by the mountains we're near?
No.
Interesting. I may have specified the wrong mountains. I should have said Peak Ascendants. Oh well. Ah! You lost Alyssa.
Yeah, it says I've gone inactive. No,
Lost Screech.
I
too?
haven't.
Alright, Sin. You're Screech. Oh, never mind.
No.
New character.
Yeah, it's like, you've gone
Not like
inactive. And
this.
I'm like, I'm still fucking here.
I just want to hear Sin's best what the fuck. See if you
Yeah,
can
me
play the
too.
character.
Sin, go for it.
Just heard a click of him muting.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
I want to hear it though. I'm gonna hear it someday. Gonna make Sin say what the fuck and screeches.
He does it all the time when we're playing like Destiny together and stuff.
True.
You bitch. You fucking bitch.
As a note, this windstorm is a local phenomena, at least, and by the time we hit the river, we should be clear of it. So we may wish to continue an accelerated pace in the morning.
And yeah, and as I said, so as the storm dies down, it is just complete darkness right now. Besides the occasional light that's on the side of the path that you guys are taking, but those are few and far between.
So the path does have actual lights on it?
It does, yeah.
Interesting. Oh, right, because this is the path people are expected to take and so on. They maintain it.
And go ahead and give me an investigation roll. All three of you can if you want.
I am not rolling well tonight. Let's see what that do. There's a summon monster card.
You don't know.
There's 3 summon monster cards.
Cool.
So, John, one thing that you notice is that that even though all these storms just passed by, that the torches on the path that you guys were following were still lit. Chaplain, you don't notice that though.
All right. Yeah, Arkin will share that information.
Chaplain take a quick jaunt to the nearest torch, and honestly, I'd assume we'd set up near a torch because hey, free light. Just go up and check. Does it burn, or is it just the ever-burning spell?
Like you touch it?
I get my hand close to see if there's warmth.
Oh, there's warmth.
Interesting. Then it is not the ever-burning spell. The flaming rocks and shit that I make don't produce heat. Yeah, I'll return and since it's nighttime, just chill until morning. Hoping that we don't get swept away by like wind elemental or something. Air elemental, that's the word.
So what are you guys trying to? You gonna sleep in your little makeshift cave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, if the wind passes, and I just ask you, when the wind passes next, would it be best to continue moving to get out of the domain of whatever this is? Or should we attempt to weather the storm here for the night? Arkin, I would appreciate your input regarding this.
I think stay here.
Then we will stay here. Yep, we'll stay the night there. We'll see what happens.
All right.
I'm gonna provide a hero's feast for anyone that wants to eat it. Is Arkin willing to eat a hero's feast?
He doesn't seem to have an appetite.
I assume Craven does.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And Celine.
Where is the button?
Is cheesecake part of that?
If you want,
Yes.
you can. You've had hero's feast enough to know you can make requests.
Cheesecake.
For some reason, it's always cheesecake. Okay. I will insist that Eileen. Did you just smack me?
She did.
You will insist that Eileen smacks you?
It happens. I will insist that every time Chaplain casts Heroes Feasts, that cookies are part of it in honor of Reyna. But yeah, no. We'll chill the night.
All right.
Screech is gonna offer some of the cheesecake to Arkin, like specifically because he liked that last time they were in Dracarius. Enough to steal some from her.
Is the wind kicked up right now? Um, he like looks over to you and then like stands up and walks out of the cave.
Arkin, we will wait here until you return. Please let us know when you are back.
And it's the middle of the night too.
Yeah, we're gonna go power mode.
What's he going to do?
He's not far. Like after a few minutes, you start hearing something that sounds. It would sound familiar at this point. It sounds like a dagger, like whirling through the air, and then like thump hitting something, and then you just keep hearing this over and over again with small breaks in between.
I am preparing a different spell for tomorrow.
Screech is staying awake until Arkin comes back because she doesn't want to wake up to find a friend and their stuff gone again.
I'm getting some rest.
Just taping her eyes open.
Imagine how much scarier Screech would be if she slept with her eyes open, okay?
Yeah, I don't think I want that.
I think I do. I'm gonna need some arts in.
It's just her normal drawing.
I'm gonna need.
And be like, she's asleep.
I'm gonna need Screech with wider eyes.
Just get a draw Screech in like a dead position, and you can animate the eyes to like look around every once in a while.
Perfect.
I hate it.
Arkin, give me a perception check at disadvantage, please.
Cool. Perception.
It always cracks me up when they do shit like this. Advantage. As you're tossing daggers into the trees, which I'm assuming you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Every now and again you hear like the sound of like the grass crunching.
Like something is
like scuffling about, moving about. It sounds like something is being. It almost sounds like something being dragged slowly through the grass. Something large.
Does it seem to be heading in a particular direction?
You can't really make out a direction that's heading, and you're hearing it around you though. Like you'll hear it like come from over like your left shoulder, and then you hear it like over your right shoulder, and then you hear it from like ahead a little bit, and then you'll hear it again behind you. Because of you having the ability to deduce time and all that, what you're noticing is that mostly every time that like you're taking your break in between is when you start hearing it pick back up.
Okay. Does it always seem to be at the same distance from him, or is it getting closer, further away, random?
It sounds like it's getting closer.
Okay. A couple things he is going to do then.
Sure.
He is going to act like he doesn't hear anything and continue doing what he's doing. And then B, when he's going to cast 2 spells pretty quickly here. First off, he's going to cast Major Image to, on top of himself, an illusion of himself, still continuing to do the routine he's been doing. And then he is going to Misty Step away up to a tree branch stealthily to see if anything comes at his illusion.
How long are you gonna wait to see?
He's gonna give it like
Bless you.
I guess about 8 minutes.
8 minutes. So as you do your image and you misty step into the trees, your illusion throws a few more and then stops, and then you hear that sound again, and as you look in that direction, the only thing you see is this large rock.
Okay.
And then picks
rock
back up.
is where the sound is coming from?
Yes.
Okay. So then he's going to have Craven fly up, like kind of take the long way around so it's not drawing attention to him. To see from up top, what does it look like?
Like, are you looking at that one specific one that where the sound came from?
Yes.
Okay. So Craven takes off, goes and looks. Are you looking through his eyes, or are you just waiting to hear back?
Waiting to hear back.
Okay. As you're waiting, your illusion stops again, and as it does, you hear the sound, and this one's coming from behind in a different direction. And as you turn around, all you see there is a rock.
Looks the same as the one that Craven was heading for.
It's smaller, but I mean, it just looks like a chunk of the mountain.
Okay.
The first one was probably about 12 feet long or so. This one's smaller. It's probably like a 4 or 5 foot boulder or so.
Okay, he's going to keep an eye on that one and have Craven keep an eye on the one that he was already going to inspect and see what happens next time the sound happens.
Yep. So another cycle through, and Craven sees this rock that he's looking at slide forward about a foot.
Okay. No, he's not. Yeah, he's within range. Okay. He'll go ahead and shoot a message over to Chaplin. If you come out of the hut, take a left, where you hear me practicing, seems to be some rocks. What appears to be rocks, and they're sliding ever so slowly towards my area.
Should I prepare Screech for combat?
Well, I would suggest better safe than sorry, as I don't know of any other times rocks just moved on their own, aside from an avalanche.
Preparing Screech for combat may take a minute or two. Is that acceptable?
With his keen mind ability and being great with timing and everything, at the pace that these rocks are inching forward, how long would it take for them to reach his illusion at this point?
Maybe 3 minutes at the rate that it's going.
How long do you need?
Long enough to help Screech don her armor. I don't know how long that takes.
Well, Screech hasn't gone to bed yet. She was waiting for.
Yeah, she stayed up.
Oh, then never mind. We will be present shortly. And Chaplin gets up from low power mode. Screech, you are mostly awake. Come take a walk with me.
Okay, and she gets up, but
With your axe.
okay, and she'll grab her axe. Makes her so much happier.
And your shield.
Shield's already stuck.
And my bow.
And my slap.
Oh.
And the two will casually stroll over to False Arkin, but steer clear of the boulders.
Okay.
Hello?
Give me a perception roll, both of you.
Oh god, this is gonna go well.
Why am I rolling so bad tonight?
Hold on, I can't read. There we go. Yeet.
Wow.
It's a rock.
So you guys see a lot of rocks in this area as you're, couple 100 feet away from a giant fucking mountain. So there's a lot of rocks. Like, as soon as you walk out and turn, there are just rocks kind of scattered about in the landscape. So you guys see a lot of them.
All right, then we'll just head up. Mentally, Arkin, are you still present?
I am.
There are many rocks present. I am uncertain as to which of the ones we should avoid, so please let us know if we are coming too close to something dangerous. What would you like us to do once we have arrived to you?
Just follow me once you get here.
Understood. And Chaplain will just walk up to beside fake Arkin.
So, as you guys are walking there, Arkin, from where they're walking from, you can start hearing them come out of the little hovel and heading over. And you hear that dragging sound ever so faintly coming from the direction by where they're walking.
If there's any big rocks near you, that sound of them moving is coming right from your direction.
There are many big rocks near us. We are near a mountain.
Just get here as soon as you can.
Chaplain will power walk. And it'll look as nerdy as that sounds.
Oh my god. No. Why do you hurt me in these ways?
Because Chaplain can't be cool. I'm here to make other people look cool. Once in a while, I get to go do a cool thing with a god or a spell, and that's
I'm here to make other people look cool.
No, you're here to make them look smart.
That too. It can be both.
So is Screech.
It can be.
Oh.
I kid on that one. I kid.
But in actuality, I don't try and make Chaplain like cool and badass. Every once in a while, I get to do something cool or badass by working with a deity or casting a big scary spell. But beyond that, I'm not worried about being the great hero. I'm just some dopey fucking robot. Anyway, we walk over to fake Chaplain fake Arkin until I realize it's not Arkin.
With your perception, I don't think you will.
Probably not.
So, as you guys are walking over, hey guys, why can't I find my blank token icon thing? Oh, that's unfortunate. We're gonna go with this for now. Screech. Give me a deck save, please.
Not bad.
Oh, so I roll high on that.
It's probably a good thing to roll high on, to be fair.
Yeah, but.
So you guys are walking through this field. There's these rocks all about. And as you pass by one of the smaller rocks that you guys have seen, it's still comes up to like Screech's shoulder. And Screech, as you walk past it, you hear just the sound of stones grinding for a second. Just enough to turn your head, and as you do, you see this rock split, and you see like this beak-like mouth on either side of where the rock has split with these gray teeth, and it snaps at you. And you're able to just dodge out of the way just barely. And as you dodge and hit the ground, you start hearing like this clicking noise, this click-clacking. as this thing splits open, and it looks almost like it splits in fours and opens almost like a T. And all sides are just littered with teeth from this thing as it lunges at you.
Neat.
Cool.
And everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
Yeah, that's a thing. Bam.
And
Yeah, with how I'm rolling tonight, I have to save my IP for religion rolls. Because I'm going to need that.
wait, could change your dice color.
Scrooge can go first.
All right. And yeah. So Screech, you see this thing kind of snap at you, and then you hear the sound of like organic, like an organic dragging sound, and then a pop as you see this thing pull these two limbs out of the ground that almost look like deep twisted roots, and this thing just starts walking at you, and you hear it clacking its stone jaws together.
Don't like that.
And you see this root pop out from behind it, and you're able to block it with the shield as it kind of snacks at you almost like a whip. And as you go to block for that, you see it opens up its mandibles again, and it takes this lunging bite at you. And you're able to bear down, block, and you feel as it hits, and it just feels like a large boulder was tossed at your shield. You feel it knock you backwards, and your talons dig into the dirt as you get pushed back a few inches. And this thing is just making this dry kind of growl as its beak is clapping at you with all four smushing together to make a complete rock.
Gross.
Great. Well, obviously she's going to hit it, but she's going to... That's the wrong weapon, but not that. She's going to mimic its growl right back at it. Jesus.
Yeah. So you mimic the growl back, and it doesn't seem to deter it as you do it.
I rolled an attack to 16.
Oh, sorry, 16 does not hit.
Okay. Oh my god. I don't want to use luck this early. This is bullshit.
25 does hit.
Yay. Okay.
Any bonus actions or anything you want to do?
No, I'm just gonna stop it there. I'm gonna change my dice color. Don't laugh at me, John.
Arkin.
Fight.
Okay. Can he? Well, what I want to do is, hop from one tree limb to the other to stay up in the trees, but then get a clean shot at the one that's attacking Screech.
Okay. Sure.
So I guess we'll assume there's a tree here.
There's actually not a whole lot of trees around. I mean, the way that you guys are in it, like I said, it's a large grassy field. There's a few trees here and there. There's a lot of rocks around, but there's not a whole lot of trees. So if you want to actually stay in a tree, I mean, the one that you're in would probably be the closest one to where they are.
Okay. I'll stay there then.
Okay.
So I think it's still within 30 feet from there.
Perfect. It's just 30 feet. Yep.
All right. Yeah, we'll just toss a Diego.
That
It's a
hits.
good Diego.
He's got a little pent up anger right now, so I guess this makes sense.
This is acceptable.
Do I need to do anything else? No, because this is range, so we're good.
So as you hit it, you hear it let out this high pitched screech, and
Hit that go Screech.
as it makes that noise, all three of you hear the sound kind of erupt out from around you as you hear it off in the distance.
And then bonus action to duck back behind the tree. And that wasn't my turn.
Okay.
How long between when he cast the illusion and when the attack started, how much time has gone by?
Not long. 3 minutes maybe. Oh wait,
Okay.
we just cast it. No, because you said you waited there for 8 minutes watching too. So I'd say probably about 10 minutes.
Right, so I didn't know if like it took the whole 8 minutes. I was just saying like that's how long he was willing to wait. So
I mean,
like,
it took a few. How long would you say it took for you to do a bout of daggers before you took a break?
I mean, like his break was pretty much only to like check like where the daggers landed and everything, and then go back into position, go again.
Okay, so however long it took that, about 5 of those went through total.
Okay. So in that case, his fake image of himself is still down at the bottom, probably like where your token is actually, still throwing daggers. All right.
Where you want them at?
That's fine.
I mean, do you want them like where the token was, or no?
It's just he was just in that general vicinity. I don't.
Okay, that's fine.
If you're throwing daggers at the tree, you want to be 10 to 15 feet away from the tree.
Yeah.
Like us.
So yeah, maybe move him back a little. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Oh. Come here.
Screech, Chaplain, both of you hear that sound from behind you, extremely close. As you look, you see this rock-like creature moving at you at a fairly quick pace from what you've seen before. And you see it. This one's smaller, but it splits open into just 2 halves, and they're snapping at Screech as she's defending off a large one to one side and a smaller one to the other. Chaplain.
So, untarget me. So, as Screech is swinging and hacking at this thing, she reels back for a big hit, and when she comes back, her weapon is glowing because I cast Holy Weapon on her, which is fortunately just a bonus action. Holy Weapon adding 2d8 radiant damage to her swings, and since I am now surrounded, I'm going to cast Word of Radiance, a cantrip. Have them both make saves against it. Any of them?
One fails, one saves. The big one completes it, the other one doesn't.
It should automatically untarget the ones that Missed.
Yep, it did.
Okay. And that is all I'm gonna do. But I mean, a spell and a cantrip, I'll take it. Oh, let me take off the
Absol. Oh.
Oh.
What's Craven doing?
He is going to. He is going to fly over. He can't like cause them to have disadvantage without being like right in their face. You said
5 feet from him, yeah.
okay. Yeah, he's just going to return the Arkin.
All right. You can move 50 feet, so he can get to you for sure.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So this big, the big one right in front of you, Screech, just starts doubling down on it, and you're just feeling like it constantly, like almost pecking at your shield as you're holding it up.
It's a rock kenku.
A Raku.
Yeah.
And you hear the grass crunch in front of you as a third one shows up.
Is that so?
You say, is that so?
Yeah. This might be a good time to ask for those 15 bonus hit points for all of us.
Sure.
And actually,
Except Arkin.
no, that was aid. You didn't get a choice in that one.
Oh, okay. I thought you were doing the feast thing.
Well, so 15 for Arkin, 28 for Screech and me.
All right.
Thank you. Oh, and I suppose 13 for Craven.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to like quintuple his hit points.
Super Craven. It's got like 5 hit points now.
All right. Let's
All right.
swing.
That. What did you do?
I swung my.
Okay,
axe.
it didn't load for a second there. It's fine. Yeah, 30 hits.
I would hope so. What? It's. This is moving so slow when I'm trying to do anything.
I feel you. 18 hits too. You feel like that one just barely chiseled through its rocky exterior.
Okay.
As you hit it, you hear it make out this high-pitched wince as it hits the ground, and you hear this gurgling sound as one of the 4 peaks of its beak kind of slumps over, and this thick gray liquid starts to ooze out of its mouth.
Gross.
Delicious.
Well, that was 2 attacks, so I'm gonna turn and hit this little one over here.
Okay. Yeah, 30 hits that one too.
Fuck it, we'll action surge and we'll just keep doing this. This is fine.
Okay.
Mm,
Yep, 19 hits. 19's enough. You cleave through and you cleave half of its beak off, just clean, as you hear the rock hits the ground and more of that thick gray ooze starts to pour out of this one as well.
cool. Turn and take a step and swing at the last one that's near me.
Screech is clean up shop.
That's what she do.
Oh, yep. 24 hits.
You helped a little, and then last attack.
Oh,
Uh,
luck.
oh shit! I do have luck. Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna luck that. So we'll pretend that didn't happen.
Okay. That's a hit.
I miss luck.
Yep. It's,
Thanks.
Fuck luck.
as you swing your axe into that one, you feel it gets stuck between the rocky exterior, and as you manage to wiggle your axe out, more of that gray ooze comes out of that axe hole and bleeds down this creature.
They are dropping though.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Screech is screeching.
Yep. Screech is screeching the shit out of him. Anything else you're doing?
No.
All right, give me a dex save, please.
Oh, that's not great. Fuck.
All right. So bear with me 1 second because I have to do some math.
Oh
Oh
no.
God.
Yeah, I keep my Peter rolled.
Screech gonna explode.
It's not that bad.
They'll probably be fine. Got buckets of hit points.
You take 38 points of acid damage as you're standing in this viscous gray ooze that's coming out, and you start smelling this caustic smell as your armor is beginning to burn from this gray ooze. So you take 10 points of damage because you had 28 fucking temporary hit points.
You're welcome.
Cool.
Arkin, you're hearing this wincing and gurgling sound coming from over where Screech is, and you're hearing directly underneath your tree that scraping sound, and you notice that it stopped being like a slow drag, and you heard two like popping sounds, and then you started hearing do 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 do.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. Let me think here. So as it's passing by his tree, he's going to like drop down on this thing with his dagger in hand and going to attack it as it's trying to pass. Let's see here. Oh, that one should be dead. We have that one. Boom.
So you're just gonna drop down right on top of it?
Yep.
Go ahead and do your attack at advantage. Oh, did you do it anyways? You did anyways. Okay.
Yeah. So that and that. So we hit him with that, and then
Before you do anything, give me a dex save, please.
okay.
All right, whatever you were gonna do, feel free to.
Yeah, probably look over. Yeah, I have a bonus. Yeah, I got a bonus. Okay. After that, after like immediately, like he just comes down, he makes contact, and almost before he hits the ground, he misty steps back up to his hidden position.
Okay.
And that's where he'll end his turn.
Okay. This thing, it like, you hear it kind of let out this scream, and you hear it clank its beak at you, and you see it stop and it kind of swivels for a second, and then it turns and it pounces on your illusion. And as it does, you see it kind of like almost dive bomb into it, and you see it hit the dirt, and it pulls its mouth open, and you see it open in fours, and dirt flies, and it's just looking around, and it sees that it's like inside of you that's still making these throwing motions. And as it does, it just looks over, and it just rushes in this direction.
Oh, it's a hugger.
He will take damage from movement due to booming blade. Let me see. So 3d8 thunder damage. Why can I just roll it like this without it doing extra? Let's find out. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yeah, you see the cacophony kind of break onto it for a second as dust in the air, but this thing is still charging forward.
Okay.
Bloop, bloop. Chaplain, you see this thing just heading, like, charging directly at you.
I have a contingency for these situations. It's called Sanctuary on myself. Which I cast as a bonus action, and then because, I can't target it and do things or else the Sanctuary will drop, I will help my friend who does things do things with a quick prayer, which is Disciple of Paul, and once I remember how to do that, slap this part on Screech, or slap this part on.
All right.
Okay. Yep. I'm good.
All right.
So
That's your
Chap
turn.
like nopes, says a quick prayer and takes a half a step back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Actually, seeing the caustic stuff that's happening to Screech, am I in danger of that? Of standing in that?
Yeah, you're seeing it. It's leaking out of them in around you too.
Then Chaplain will take the risk and flank it for Screech.
Okay. All right, perfect. Yeah, so you step out of the puddle of this gray ooze as soon as you see it start kind of smoking around Screech's armor. What's Craven doing?
Assisting Arkin.
Okay. Screech.
You have just fucking everything to dominate this.
Yeah. Gonna move out of all the ouchies though. If I can. Move to here.
Sure.
And we're going to hope that we hit it.
You do hit it. As soon as you make contact with this thing, everybody go ahead and give me a perception check at disadvantage, except Arkin, you don't have to do yours at disadvantage.
Okay.
I dropped a 19 to get a 19. Shame.
Arkin, Chaplain, both of you start feeling the wind picking up. Arkin, you start feeling the tree that you're standing in begin to bow.
Okay.
Screech. Man, you swung that axe so fast, there's a little bit of wind that kicked off of it. That's all you noticed.
Cool. Second swing.
That too is a hit.
And third.
That one hits too. And this thing is like, you're seeing bits of its rocky exterior kind of falling to the ground, and you're seeing this like deep pink, fleshy, almost undulating meat mass underneath where the rock is, as this thing is moving about in kind of like a rippling, waving formation underneath the rock. Arkin.
All right. I think he is going to. So yeah, can I rotate? Nope. He's gonna jump out of the tree. This is the last thing standing, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. He is going to open his wings and kind of glide down, and he just kind of comes in with another stabbing motion, kind of like he did before.
Okay.
Let's see here. Sis, do I have him targeted? I do not. I do now.
Seriously, this is like your
God
5th fucking 20
damn.
tonight.
I like this new update, Fantasy Grounds. Whatever you did was worth the wait.
Yeah, I'm rolling this bitch back to what it was last week.
Nah.
I keep rolling low, so you know what the fuck ever.
It
Sounds
fits
cheating.
with an anchor.
Does 83 kill it?
That's a dick move.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, so you dive down from the tree and just land right in it, and your dagger hits right between one of the chunks of rock that Screech already carved off in the fleshy bit, and you feel it hit in, and you scoop, and you hear a as you see it kind of pry away from the rocky exterior a bit, and as it does, it's just followed by this stream of this thick gray ooze.
And I would say Chaplin would probably be the one to notice. Like as he comes in, like anything they fought before, it's just like it was just business as usual. But now it's like Arkin is just like it was like a lot of rage in this swing as he takes it, and then as he does it, he just kind of just like his expression looks like kind of panting for a little bit, and then it just kind of turns to this kind of dry calm, and then he turns, starts walking away.
You just kind of like standing over the corpse looking at it.
Yeah, for a moment, and then as the stuff starts coming near, he just steps away and just starts walking like whatever.
Give me a deck save. I'm sure you're probably fine.
Okay.
Chaplin is going to yell out, "Everyone back to the shelter now, please," and book it there himself. Also, congratulations, John, on making it from denial to anger. Bargaining is
How many more steps are there?
bargaining, depression,
10?
acceptance. I got 5, but I just googled stages of grief.
Yeah, there's only 5.
Yeah. Bargaining is next. Be prepared.
But they can happen in any order.
But he starts with bargaining.
Yeah. I mean, the stages of grief don't follow that order. They can happen in any order.
Um,
Hi, I had a traumatic childhood.
So, as you guys are running back towards your little abode, the wind begins picking up immensely, coming from the direction you guys are running. So you guys are running into the wind, essentially.
Neat.
Did Chaplin get close enough to see this other Arkin?
I was actually going to go defend it until the big thing landed on it, and that killed the illusion for me. Because everything had died around me. I was looking to where I was going. I was going to go defend the illusion. Something landed on it. That must not be Arkin.
Got it.
So yeah, no, I put it together. If the creature hadn't jumped there, my next turn would have been defending an illusion.
Yep.
everybody go ahead and give me either a dex save or a strength save. Dex save is going to have to be much higher than the strength save is.
Strength.
Do we have any bonus die tonight?
We
I-
currently have a bonus die, it looks like.
I'm gonna re-roll and use that bonus die.
Sure.
Hold on,
So
let me check something here.
3.
I need to see something before.
Well, that's not worse.
And you have one more to use, too. Now. Not like I didn't lie to you about it. You only had one when I said it. You have an extra
I'll
one.
leave it for John to use. I've already burned my luck.
It's for skills only, John.
Yeah, I'm double checking that. Okay, I'll use a reroll then.
Okay.
Better? That's better.
Noticeably better.
Chaplain.
Yeah.
As you guys are running, you start to feel the wind hit you in a way that you're noticeably feeling your steps become less and less effective, and in a sort of blink or you miss it moment, you completely feel yourself get lifted off the ground. Ark and Screech, go ahead and give me perception checks, please.
Skills. We don't have to specify by sight anymore.
Dang.
Hey, he might be up on the mountain looking down at all of you.
And can't.
He'll be looking
Yeah,
over the
barely.
So both of you, as you start running, you notice that you begin picking up ground on Chaplin. He kind of falls behind, which in a running situation is not something that ever happens. And by the time you guys turn and look, you see Chaplin. His legs have dipped out from underneath himself. He's leaning at about I'd say a good 15-degree angle, and you see that he's about 7 inches off the ground. What do you two do in this split-second moment?
Arkin points and says, "Screech."
Screech goes back and grab Chaplin.
Fucking grab his heavy ass. We both flying.
How are you gonna grab him? Because every fraction of a second it takes you to run over to where he is, he's lifting in the air slightly more.
Screech's plan was to like grab his wrist and try to like hold his hand and run with him and like pull him behind her.
Like a kite. Okay. Go ahead and give me a strength check, Screech.
Decent.
I mean, it's okay.
That'll do.
I did all right.
As you get close enough, he begins lifting to the point that he's about 8 feet in the air. You take a running leap, grab his hand, and then just hunker down to the ground, and you bring him with you. And moments before his face hits the dirt, the wind picks up to a point that your arm jerks back, and you're holding on to Chaplin with your arm fully extended as you're hunkering down on the ground. Arkin, you're feeling the wind picking up too. Off in the distance, you hear that whoo sound from the cave mouth as the full bear of this wind begins to hit down through the tunnels. We're going to go ahead and do a skill check scene here.
Okay.
You guys need to get 3 successes before 3 failures in order to win. In this moment, Arkin, what skill do you use to mitigate this situation?
I guess he would.
No.
He would use, I would say maybe performance, to kind of press his body to the ground and kind of use, I mean, he's going to use his intelligence. He's going to go for like aerodynamics to make himself less resistant against the oncoming wind.
I would say that's more acrobatics than performance.
Okay, that works.
Go ahead and roll it one more time. You're rolling at disadvantage on this one, unfortunately.
Okay. So 20.
Okay. So you manage to tuck your wings and then hit the ground low enough that just from the quick scan that you did in the horizon, the valley that you're in is slightly lower than the areas around you, so you're able to get below the strongest portion of the current. And you manage to kind of slither your way forward. Screech. You are holding on to Chaplin with one hand, fully
Chaplin
extended
kite.
arm. You are hunkered down, and you are feeling this wind begin to blow hard enough that you're feeling yourself rock a bit.
Screech is going to try to pull Chaplin down, and as she's pulling him down, she's gonna shout, "Shield!" Because then he can fucking anchor himself.
What skill are you going to use for that?
Athletics.
Athletics? Okay. Feel free to.
Gonna try luck and try that again.
Okay.
I can do better. I can do better. Okay.
Okay. You managed to ground yourself a bit firmly enough to pull Chaplin down where he's just underneath that dip of the current where he can get a little bit of footing for a moment there. Chaplin, how are you going to use this moment?
Insights to try and determine if the ground is sturdy enough that Screech's anchoring idea would work, or if it would just break free and turn me into a sail.
Sure.
That would be funny.
It would be really funny.
Yeah, plays lies.
You think that the ground is definitely sturdy enough to do it, but
that'll leave us from progressing.
Correct.
Yeah. So yeah, I will just kind of hunker down and try and reduce my friction so she can drag me.
Actually, you know what? I need another athletics, and I need another insight. Sorry.
Okay.
Man,
Which one do you want, Chaplin?
let me roll to find out.
Oh God.
All right. So,
Stop.
so, Screech manages to pull you down to the ground, and as you're deducing your current situation, you feel her arm that you're still holding on to begin to lift as you see her get picked up and begins to blow behind you. She just barely manages to hang on to your shield.
So now I'm holding on to her. This is not good.
Arkin, as you're kind of running through the foxhole, you look over your shoulder backwards and see at this point Chaplin is beginning to be spun from the weight of Screech being ripped in the air. What are you going to do to assist them? Or what would Arkin do in this situation?
Wow. What Arkin would do. He is going to try to This is dirty. Okay. He is going to cast his minor illusion spell. And he is making an illusion of a rope tied around a big rock just out of their reach. And he's yelling to them, "You're almost to the rope. Grab it. You'll be safe."
Using deception.
Deception.
Okay.
Fake motivation.
Okay. So upon hearing that, Screech or Chaplain, feel free to take whatever turn you guys want to on this one. You guys see this rope that you didn't notice before that is there.
I just had a big brain moment. Screech, your stick.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of how to use it.
Just turn
This
it
would be a
on.
good time.
Yeah, but like, she could also like let go. We'd still fly back. Like it's still a matter of.
It creates a
But-
perfect anchor.
Yeah. So.
All right. I'm gonna throw just like an oddball here.
Mm-hmm.
Cook's utensils. Hold on, bear with me.
I'm all ears.
The nonsense of utensils that I'd have to normally dig through to find the right thing is always going to be a nightmare. And so digging through Screech's pack to find the small metallic object.
Don't take my thing. It's
Okay,
not in
never
her
mind.
pack.
I'm sorry. I will think of something else.
That
It's like,
that one wouldn't have worked anyways. That was a good reach.
That makes
She's a
sense,
good
but
reach.
like, it's it on her belt.
having a spatula.
Can I do perception to notice that Arkin's lying to us?
So
Use perception.
sure, you could try to see if he's lying, or
See that the rope isn't behaving properly in the wind.
yes, that's what I was gonna say. Or you could do let me see. I don't know if it would be insight or if it would be.
Or use insight. So.
Hold on, let me see real quick. It's investigation.
Oh well, I'm not proficient in that, but whatever. Fuck it. Bye, everyone.
So you see this rope you didn't notice was there before, but it's definitely a very legitimate rope hanging from a rock in the middle of a storm.
Yep, I'm going for it and screaming "fuck you, Arcas" as I fly away.
So Arkin, you see Chaplain, who's still holding on to Screech, or vice versa. Screech is kind of holding on to Chaplain. Reach for this rope, and as he does, you see him go whoosh, and both of them you see dart out into the air, opposite direction that you were running.
I thought he was using investigation to see if it was real, not his actual like progression roll.
It was my progression, explaining my progression roll. If I won,
Gotcha.
it's because realizing it's not real and doing something that doesn't fuck us. But, crit failing that is 2 failures, which means we just lost this.
So you see both of them dart forward as you're still just like barely hanging on underneath this wind.
I have no way to stop this from happening.
Oh no, it's already happened. I'm more getting a response of what does Arkin do upon seeing the only 2 people who are left in his life literally get swept away.
Say, yep, sounds about right.
Hey, this was your fault.
Oh,
He lays on his back, pulls out alcohol out of nowhere.
Yeah, gets blown away. Like, yep. Yeah, he's just gonna keep crawling for the shelter because what the fuck else is he gonna do?
Sure. Go ahead and just give me an overall deck save. Chaplain Screech, go ahead and give me either a dex or a strength save.
Okay, I know which one I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm proficient in one of those.
I'll take it.
Okay. You guys are feeling yourself being whipped through the air. You manage to grab hold of one another and kind of brace each other as you're being just kind of tossed about the landscape. A few times you come back and hit the ground and almost skip like a rock on water before hitting back in the air and being airborne again. This continues on for what feels like forever. And before you know it, you start to feel yourself dipping again. And you're able to squeeze down on one another as you see the ground quickly approaching. You hit the ground, which just so almost perfectly hits square on Screech's back where the shield is. And you hear a as you spin like a top and just kind of pop, 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 pop and hit the ground. And as you guys kind of recollect yourselves and your vision begins to merge into just a single image again, you see that there is a few small homes off to your left, and then some people start to come outside looking concerned as you take 27 points of bludgeoning damage each. And someone runs up and it's like, you don't have to explain anything. We already know. Please come inside and get some water.
Thank you. Action spells, where the fuck are they? Spending my last level 3 spell slots. Arkin, we have been blown away. We are now near a village that is offering us shelter. If you are safe, please stay at the shelter. If you are not safe, let us know so we can come after you. You may reply to this message.
I made it to the hut. Glad you're alive. That's it.
Right.
He sounds so ecstatic.
Chaplain will lean over as they're rushing into a hut, states to Screech, Arkin is safe. He is back at the hut.
Mark, when you get there to see a very confused looking perp.
Suddenly hungry.
Oh. You're right.
Found my appetite.
Wonder what owlbear tastes like.
Do you want to fight an owl bear?
Yeah. Fought worse.
Do you want to fight a Screech when she finds out?
Yeah, fought worse.
A Screech with a holy weapon. A Screech with a holy weapon and never mind. Anyway, so we rush into this hut or into some random home.
It's not a home. It's actually best you could tell it's either some sort of a common home, common house, or something that people would gather in. As you see that there are other people that are in there, as it looks like multiple people have come to this place to kind of wear the storm a bit. Bless you.
Greetings. Thank you for your kindness.
Oh, don't worry about it. We're just glad that you're both alive. Every now and again, maybe a few times a year, this happens, and most of the time, they're not getting up and talking about it.
Might I ask what the cause of these storms are?
Your guess is as good as mine. I just know that they come whipping down from the mountains periodically. There's really no rhyme or reason to it. Sometimes we go days without having it. Sometimes it's almost nonstop throughout the day. What are you all doing out here anyway?
We are traveling to some of the southern cities, exploring this continent.
Bless you.
Thank you.
We do have one further friend who is currently trapped in the storm, but he is safely in a shelter we created, attempting to weather it.
Oh my god.
Bless you again. He kind of nods his head in agreement with you, like, yeah, that's good that he managed to make it. If you all are heading out towards Bornon, once you pass the bridge over the Emerald Glades, then you're mostly out of harm's reach with that. Typically, they don't go further south than there.
They? Who is they?
The winds.
I see. Has anyone sustained injury from this most recent bout?
Just the two of you. Most of us here, we know better than to be out when this happens.
We were not out by choice. We had been pulled from our shelter due to an assault by some...
Rocks!
For lack of a better term.
Rocks, as in, like, golems, or...
They had beaks and had an acidic blood, as best as we could tell.
Screech is gonna mimic the growl that they made.
Grix.
I presumed you would be.
Yeah, they plague the entire mountainside. They mostly just feed off of plant life and some unlucky wildlife, but the longer the corruption field grows to the west of here, the more strangely the natural habitat begins to react to it. So are you all heading to Bornon? Are you heading from there?
We're heading to Bornon, I believe. Are there any other settlements worth note that we should stop at on the way?
Not really. There's Millwell, which sits at the peak between two rivers, but it's about as noteworthy as we are here. There's not much going on. Bornon, and pretty much the only place that anybody would travel this way, which is why I knew you were either going there or coming from.
Does nobody travel to speak with the dwarves?
Kind of looks at you, scoffs. Skimpan trains. No one does.
We are foreigners to this land. Is there a particular reason why that is frowned upon or not commonly attempted?
It's not frowned upon. They're just assholes.
I am used to that manner of individual.
Probably not on this level. These dwarves, they were taught by the high mages everything that they knew. And they almost started to take on that high elf personality and thought they were better than anyone. When people were still running goods up to the peak, they would refuse to address anybody in common. They would speak their own hybrid dialect of the old high elven tongue and the dwarvish tongue. And
That is valuable information and something I can deal with.
well, that's just the exterior. They don't. About 10 years ago or so, they pretty much shut the doors from strangers coming to visit. You're all more than welcome. If nothing else, the view up the mountain is beautiful, but I fear you'll be sadly disappointed when you reach the peak.
Further clarifications, if I may. The city of Bornon, is it large enough to possess a temple?
He chuckles. That's pretty much everything in there. It's an old monastery. It's home to mostly monks and retired fighters.
Do you know what deities are aligned with said temple?
That I'm not sure of. If you want, uh, he kind of like points off in the distance, and you see, this person sitting and talking with a group of others, and you notice that they're wearing almost something that looks like holy garb, but it's a white robe with a split in it, and you can see that they have this golden staff that they have just rested in their lap, and they're talking, and he kind of points over there, and he's like, Basat's actually from Bornon. He could probably give you a lot more information, and if you need a guide back, he typically would be heading back that way the next day or so, so he may be willing to escort you there.
Thank you. I will speak with him. And Chapman will turn and head over to this Basat guy. Motherfucker. Okay. I see how you do. He changed the interface and now since named Basat. Shock. Greetings, Basat. I was instructed to speak to you.
Hey, how's it going? Oh, you don't look too well. You those two that we dragged in off the street?
Correct. I appreciate your kindness. We are heading towards the town of Basat, and I was asking for information regarding it. I was directed to you.
The town of Bornon. I'm Basat.
Apologies. It is
It's
common for me to
similar. I
mix
get
up
it.
similar names.
So what do you want to know about my home?
I understand that this may be a strange question, but there is a temple present. Do you know any deities that are aligned with said temple?
We don't really worship a single deity. It's you do what you do. You live how you live.
Does that indicate that that temple is acceptable to any faith?
Yeah, we don't turn people away. Unless you're an asshole.
Is that temple by chance staffed by a chaplain?
The chaplain?
I am chaplain.
Hi. You don't work at our. No.
I am one of many identical copies of this unit. And thus a multi-faith chapel is a place where another chaplain may exist. Pardon my curiosity. Why is it that you are not in Bornon currently?
I'm a bit of a nomad. I travel around where I go. I originate from Bornon, but I just go there whenever I'm in the area.
Are you well versed in this continent?
I try not to go up to the desert.
If someone was to be ill-advised and have to head towards, I believe, a town named Griffju, what would be the least painful way to get there? Top left of the map. Kenku Secrets.
Least painful. I would personally head through the marshlands, but that's just because I have a way with the folk up there. I can kind of squeeze by.
Our existing plan was to head to Bornon, make a stop through Peak Ascendance, and then head through the marshlands heading north.
Yeah, that would be your fastest way.
Then we will continue that. If you are heading to Bornon shortly, I would appreciate you accompanying us. However, we do have one party member who is currently stuck in the storm. He is safely in a shelter for the moment.
You sure?
It is made out of stone.
Good a shelter as any. Little bird, let me hold still. You don't look too well.
She's missing. Oh, hey. Look at that. And what do you physically do?
There's no magical effects. There's no light or anything, but you see him like circling her, pressing these various points on her body, and Screech. It would feel like energy that's been pent up inside of you being released, and that causes some of your wounds to close. Most of them.
Can I make an Arcana check to know what he's doing? I'm sure I'll fail it, but I want to try.
He's just like looks very confused for a moment and looks back and goes, "Thank you."
And he like lifts his hands and backs away. I hope I wasn't crossing any boundaries.
No, he does that all the time.
For clarification, she is referring to providing medical aid. I hope.
Were you going to do the Arcana check?
I was waiting for you to.
I agreed to it, but I was on mute.
Oh,
You're better at hearing me.
cool, thanks.
You don't sense magic per se.
Interesting. I am well trained in medical practices and some manner of magic. The aid you just provided to Screech is not a manner I am familiar with. Would you be comfortable explaining it to me?
It's not magic. It's knowing your body, knowing others' bodies, and how to get their chi flowing and what to look for.
What is chi?
It flows through most living things. And he like goes and puts a hand on your chest. Or he like puts a hand close to your chest. Is this okay?
Proceed.
And he puts a hand on your chest, pulls back a little bit, forms like a knife hand, and pushes right into the center of your chest. And I know you're at full health, but
I'm actually not.
You're actually at 1 point over your full health.
Well, no.
Isn't that healable?
Yeah, it's all healable, so I can actually be healed for like 26 points of damage or something.
You're gonna get healed for 10 more.
Both Aid and Hero's Feast are healable hit points.
On target Screech. Yep.
How are they both healable? One's temporary, right?
Let me double check. I know Aid is healable at least.
Yeah, one of them is temporary, which wouldn't be healable. The other one, I think, is. Because the other ones are not
Gotcha.
temporary hit points. It's an increase to your maximum hit points, which in Fantasy Grounds can't do.
And yeah, he like presses his fingertips into the center of your chest, and you feel this burst of energy come from pent up stuff inside of you, and it just explodes through your body.
Its hit point maximum also increases by 2d10 and gains the number of hit points. So they are both hit points maximum increases.
Interesting. Okay.
I am cleric. Hear me roar.
That's good to know. Thank you.
It is a level 6 spell.
I love how you always use a spell level to justify shit like I'm a black. All right, well, in that case.
But I get one of them a day. I get that one cool thing a day.
I get it. It was that's all I wanted. I just know with temp hit points you can't heal. And I thought one of them was temp and one of them was the thing, and we just had to kind of jerry rig it because Fantasy Grounds is Fantasy Grounds.
Yeah.
And then he like pulls his hand back. Like, do you feel that?
Interesting. It is not a manner I am familiar with. Are you comfortable accompanying us on our trip to Bornon? It will be safer as a group for your sake and ours.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
It will be
I was
nice to
kind
have
of waiting
somebody.
for a group to pass by so I can tag along with them, anyways.
Just taking a quick glance towards, any shuttered windows or whatnot. Does it seem like the storm is still going?
Through your conversation, you've noticed the wind howl die down significantly. You noticed around the time that you were dropped that it was dying down. But yeah, you don't really hear even so much as like a loud breeze banging any shutters or anything right now.
Unfortunately, as the wind has died down, I believe our top priority is going to retrieve Arkin and ensure his safety. So if you'll excuse, I'm going to go with Screech and look for him. We can return back here after we have recovered him, unless you would like to join us now.
Yeah, I'll go with you guys now. You look kind of lost in the area.
I only know that we are heading the direction the wind came from.
All right. So yeah, so this is like the middle of the night, like 1, 2 in the morning. Remember, it was already dark as you guys.
Hmm.
How far are we from the main trail heading towards the bridge?
Besides, you would know that it's almost a full day's walk.
We got blown a full day's walk away.
To there, that's about a full day. That's where y'all got lifted off from.
Correct.
And you look pretty good from that kind of distance then.
And mind you, this happens multiple times a year here.
Okay. Sending a message to Arkin. Arkin, we are an entire day's trip in the direction of the wind. We are going to have to rest before we can come to you safely. Is that acceptable? You may reply to this message. I will not be able to send another message before we head out.
That's fine. Good night.
Turning back, like Chaplin just kind of stares into space for a moment and then turns back. I believe, based off of communication, Arkin will be safe for the night. Perhaps we should rest here until morning. Is that acceptable?
You just overhear a voice kind of behind you, like, we don't have an inn or anything, but you're free to camp out on the floor here if you have a bedroll.
Screech just kind of looks up at Chaplin and it's just like, well, what if he leaves too?
We will be going to look for him as first thing in the morning. He said that he was safe and he was going to bed. If he was going to leave, we are too far away to be able to stop him, and so it is best to be safe when we go and return to him.
She just kind of sits down, crosses her arms, and just looks really pouty about it.
How crowded does this place look?
There's probably less than a dozen people there, maybe 10 or so.
And are they like all trying to sleep on the floor?
You see that there's a few of them that are like huddled up actually for sleeping. Some of them are just sitting up in kind of like a a circular pattern talking. Some of them are over by the fire that they have going. It's
I'm
kind
wondering
of a
if
mixed
it's
bag.
worth spending an hour showing off and all that nonsense just for a nice place to rest.
Your call.
When is the right time to summon, a giant fuck off temple?
There's no wrong time.
Is this city or is this settlement ever in danger of attack during the night? Would it be unwise to draw extra attention to this location?
Wow. We're in the middle of nowhere. We really don't get bothered by too much except for the local wildlife. Every now and then a rogue creature from the Shadowfell shows up on our doorstep and we have to barricade it, but for the most part it's rather quiet out here. If you don't mind it raining bodies every now and again.
Then for the sake of temporary extra shelter for those present, please pardon the temporary shelter I'm going to attempt to erect outside. And Chaplin will just walk outside and
Cocks his
find
head
it.
as you say that. What?
And
I
find a
gotta go
good
see
large
this.
good large chunk of land. It is a 1 hour cast time, so Chaplin will just kind of like meander around, find the right place, and like start doing a patrol around a large area, 120 feet on the side. So we're talking 240 squares in each direction.
I could
Several
totally
stories
see fucking Chaplin measuring this out, like putting
Correct.
feet to feet, like spreading it just slightly. That's 1, 2, 3.
Well, and like he pulls out a set of schematics as he's patrolling the area, and for a couple of minutes it just looks like he's crazy and just kind of walking around and like looking at the dirt and shit until slowly these like phantasmal giant sandstone blocks start appearing. They're see-through and transparent for the moment, but they keep assembling, building a very large structure. It's shapes, the center is cylindrical as it slowly builds up with stained glass around the perimeter up at the top, having holy symbols for every deity you've ever heard of, plus a few more, etched into the stained glass, and thus it has to be round in order to have all of them available. And the four corners have square, like 2-story blocks added onto that circle. With the top of, it's in my head. I don't know what you want. But the round portion of the building does taper as it goes upwards.
Just remember to be as detailed as possible so Sin can draw it.
I mean, I can sketch it. And as he's doing his chant and walking around and checking the schematics, it keeps building upwards until an hour in, it suddenly solidifies, and all the translucent bricks and stained glass and so on just becomes a building that's well lit, very strong looking, and looks brand new. At which point, he turns back to Screech and points towards the building. There are bedrooms to the left once you enter. Feel free to rest.
What does Screech do seeing this fucking thing being built?
She's just watching Chaplin the entire time with this just like it goes past confusion into just utterly lost, and she's just how what
Chaplin walks over and shows her the schematics. It was a gift from the jackal. It is only temporary, and it will disappear within 24 hours. But it should be relatively safe.
she's just looking between you and the building and just got like.
Do you remember the library? Of course you remember the library. The library was your home. This is mine.
Well, that was the bookstore.
Correct. The bookstore was your home. This is my home.
You can make your home. I want to make mine. Can the jackal make mine? Would Nesbar be there?
Unfortunately, the building is not staffed.
Oh.
Next time I have a favor with a jackal, I'm going to have to see if I can adapt the spell to be a small fucking library.
The bookstore!
Whatever. You're a librarian. That's where my brain goes.
I mean, you could always just put bookshelves and shit in the bottom story, and as soon as Screech walks in, she'll be tricked enough to forget about it for at least a night's sleep. So, Basat, how do you react to seeing this quirky little robot walk outside, and then all of a sudden you start hearing the sound of like stones scraping together, and walk out to see these bricks just kind of sliding into place?
He's like sitting down with his legs crossed about 50 feet away from Chaplin, just like watching the entire theme finish completing and just not taking his eyes off of it for the entire hour.
Chaplin will walk back into the other shelter and go to anyone who seems to be laying down or prepping for beds to offer, I have rooms available if you would like to rest in a more comfortable bed.
The people who didn't get curious enough to walk out and actually see what you were doing, they look at you very strangely.
I have erected a temporary shelter with proper beds, should you like to rest in them. I will not take offense if you decline. Thank you for your time.
Give me a persuasion check, just to see if anybody takes you up on your offer.
Skills, persuasion.
Yeah, I mean, you get a couple people that get up and kind of look outside, and a few of them like exclaim out loud, like, "I can't believe this is here." And, the commotion starts to build up, and then everybody starts to gather out, and by the time you have a small congregate from this little town gathered around, looking at this giant temple that's dwarfing these little small huts and small common homes that you see here.
Please do not be alarmed. This is a temporary shelter that will only last a day. You are free to enter and use the facilities as you deem fit. There are at least 6 available bedrooms. And Chaplin will just waltz in, and he's going to go and try and enter low power mode in the middle of the temple, just sat on the floor.
Okay.
Because that's where he wants to be.
Smiling somehow.
He's never done it before. He's smiling now.
Literal light is just glinting off of him.
It is a very well lit chapel.
And a very well lit chaplain.
Love you. Let's take off the spell and hope I get a long rest.
All right, everybody roll initiative.
I don't open the door. That's how that works.
That's fine. They'll just murder and kill everybody outside of the chapel.
I offered to let them in.
And then when they're banging on the door to try to get in,
Busy sleeping.
Then Chaplin can feel like shit afterwards because he didn't open the door. It's fine. I got you. I got you covered on all fronts, sir. No, yeah, you guys are fine. Does Arkin do anything of note?
He is just practicing his fighting while the mounts just kind of watch him.
You're looking at them, they're looking at you.
He's ignoring them, but
All right. So you guys, everyone gets a good night's sleep. Arkin, yeah, you're rested, right? But you got Craven in there, shaking in his sleep, and you got Perp in there, farting and trying to cuddle. And you're in this small little stone hovel. So you didn't have the best night's sleep, but you're rested. Chaplain, Screech, Basad, you guys slept like royalty.
I don't think Chaplin slept that good in like 4 years.
And how long does that the temple last?
24 hours.
24, okay.
So before they leave, Chaplain will dictates, you should not use this facility to rest tonight or the next night, as it will not be there in the morning. Oh, and I'm gonna say that undead can't come in my temple because fuck you. It's
rude.
It's a decision I can make.
And as you walk out the door in the morning, you see that you have the attention of everybody in this small little village. At some point or another, people have stopped, stared at this thing. Like, as you come out, you see people that are just standing there, like, kind of mouth agape, looking at this temple. And, like, when they realize someone's coming out, they, like, hurry and pretend to do busy work.
Like, there's no one really in charge here, so there's no one to, like, go apologize to, but he do what he do. Screech ends. I can't. The resolution on the stream is not high enough. Sat.
You can also look. You can also look in the combat tracker.
Shh. Are you prepared to leave?
Yeah, I ain't got much.
Then let us go find Arkin. Basat, do you have a steed of some form to help you travel at an accelerated rate?
Yeah, I could get by, and he like puts his staff behind his head and like stretching with it.
We're gonna have some foot races.
Screech is just like, Steve?
Perup is waiting with Arkin. Let's go return to him. Or it.
I mean, if you're moving fast.
We will walk. It is perfectly fine. It just means that if Basat is able to keep up once we have returned to Perup, we will not have to move at a slower rate. As a fair warning, Basat, Screech's steed is a owl bear. Do not be alarmed when you see it in person.
That's pretty cool. What about you? What do you write?
I have no need of a mount. I would be concerned about one bearing my weight. His hips pop back in. Like, I see like a steam hiss popping out when that happens. But yeah, we'll just travel at a somewhat brisk pace, trying to return to Arkin and hoping that no windstorms crop up.
Sure. Everybody go ahead and give me a athletics roll. So long as you guys get 10 or higher, You guys can make it there 15 or higher, and you won't have any negative effects.
I'm gonna use a bonus die. We have one of those.
I don't think we have any of those left.
I think I'm good.
Do we not?
No, you used the last one.
Hey, Cliff, check Facebook chat when you get a chance.
Sorry, I'm streaming. I can't.
Yeah, you can. Take these dick shots.
Thank God.
Oh, it's so veiny.
To save a little bit of catch up, since we have almost or maybe an entire day of travel heading to try and return to Arkin, as they go, Chaplain will he's not going to fill in Basat all the way, but he's going to let him know that I'm a cleric. Obviously, I can do some interesting stuff, and I have a abnormal ability to communicate with deities.
How modestly do you explain this?
I am the speaker of the gods.
I am the voice of every god.
The first question before Chaplain would dig into that is, excuse me, Basat, do you ascribe to any particular deity?
No. No.
Do you have any particular problems with any deities?
No.
This is not as loaded of a question as it may sound. I am connected to most deities in an abnormal way, which explains some of the more grand things I am able to perform.
And we help kill one. Screech absolutely
Just
says
like
that, by the way.
Big smile on his face, like, okay.
Physically face palms like, perhaps we should not tell that to everyone we meet. They may either not believe us or may find it offensive.
But here's the.
We have.
What did Arkin call him? He was a dick.
Screech.
Taliso was very unkind, and I'm glad that he's no longer in possession of the Pantheon of the Sun.
Sidebar.
Yeah.
The sun happened to Aragus. So
Yeah.
the shit you guys seen, everybody seen.
You guys, the Pantheon, you talking about when the sun, like,
Correct.
flew
We
away?
were involved in that.
Okay, no joke. That was pretty, for this area at least, that was pretty cool. The desert wasn't as hot all the time.
I can
Like,
see the
people were
benefits.
traveling a lot more.
However, in the name of Ozo, it caused a heavy resurgence of vampire and undead activity. Was that also noticed here?
I
There
didn't
would have
hear
been
anything
some.
about any-
There would have been.
At least where I was, vampires, but I don't really go to the major cities and figure out what's going on there.
The problem and the reason that it needed to be rectified was that the Pantheon of the Sun was being held by a vampire. Specifically, I believe the original vampire, if my lore is correct. We aided the Jackal and other deically equivalent powers in defeating Taliso. We were simply assistants in this manner and should not be viewed as godslayers in our capacity. We were simply in a strange place at a strange time.
I get the feeling. Anything
That's pretty
looking
modest.
at both of you.
We do stand out a little. What does Basat look like? Just a dude.
I can put the image up as I describe, I guess. So he, your normal, just your normal appearance, right?
The normal appearance would be with all the extras, but when he does change. It gets a lot more feral.
So you would see that he's sort of cat-like humanoid. He has bigger ears that are more feline-esque than like elfish. He has a dark golden complexion, bright, almost glowing, like gold-colored eyes. He's relatively short. He's like, what, a 5'10", was it?
You're a cat boy. Okay.
5'9". Yeah.
5'9". So he's 5'9". And he's wearing a all white like robe, but it has a split where the torso is, so it has sort of like a cowl. It has a long flowing robe to it. The sides are sort of like meshy, see-through, and he has a big gold and sapphire brooch on his cowl. That is in the shape of almost like a scarab, kind of look with feathers in the back. It's very decorated and ornate looking.
It is nice to travel with someone who prefers a color other than black.
Trying to say.
So
She just looks down at her armor and back up and over at Chapman. Just
I'm mostly referring to Absol and Arkin.
So, for everybody on stream, I'm gonna do it like the reveal. Okay. This is Basat.
He looks happy.
He won't.
Sin, are you going to be happy? I could deal with a happy Sin. We can do this.
Okay.
I'm like stuck trying to figure out, like, were those tattoos on his legs or is he wearing fishnets? What the?
Why not
Yes.
both?
Right.
I mean,
It
like,
is actually both. It's not like fishnet leggings, but like the parts of his the bottom
Sure.
part of his gown are
Okay.
stitched together like that.
Sure.
I already said
Every-
it was a see-through mesh.
Every stream, I drink this much and wonder why I can't make it through a stream without peeing. Sorry, folks. I'll be right back.
Just
Y'all pointing
be
fingers. I wear
dehydrated
fishnet
like me,
before.
it's fine.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a piss break too. So, I
break.
need John. I need you to hum elevator music while I'm gone.
Oh.
I'm saying please.
I mean, in that case, no.
That was not the sound I was trying to find. I'm gonna go in a second here, but I need to put on some music or something. So that's what I'm gonna do first. We'll do this, and then I'm gonna crank it up to like here for now. But I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
All right.
You can't listen to stuff like this right now. It is late.
Late.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock your time? The fuck?
I mean, I'm probably gonna stay up for like another 7 hours, but still.
Sir,
No.
what the fuck? What the fuck? Welcome back. Cliff
Thanks,
ditched
you
us.
too.
We're in charge now.
Bitchin'. You all gain a level.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm level 12 now. That
You didn't start you at the same level as us?
Nope.
That's dick So, in our traveling, does Bastet's... Is it Bastet or Bastet?
Basset?
You can say Bastet or you can say Basset.
Which one's correct?
Both, actually, depending on the
Which
region.
one does your fuckface introduce us as?
Basset. No,
Basset.
that's here.
Does Basset reveal any information about himself in our day of travel?
Not unless asked.
So
Besides,
Chaplain,
like, age and
Chaplain will fill you in that the partner we're going to go retrieve before we continue on is a tiefling that tends to disappear when difficult situations rise, but while he has disappeared, he is still helping. He kills things from the shadows. We don't know where he is, but he's doing his job. So if he randomly disappears, it's usually fine.
You guys sound like you attack a lot of things.
We are attacked by a lot of things, unfortunately. We stand out, and we are constantly traveling, which leads us into precarious situations.
I attack a lot of things.
You ever try to, like, persuade them not to, or to get them to stop attacking?
There have been a few times where I have done my best to end things peacefully and amicably, and it has worked a few times. If you are willing to try to end things peacefully, I would be grateful to allow such a resolution.
Yeah, that's how I usually travel. If anything comes at me, that body energy thing, I can somewhat use it to calm them down.
That would be preferable whenever possible. If you bear in mind that we were originally from Ozo, spent many months dealing with the vampire threat, which incurred much combat and violence at the hands of vampires and similar issues. Then we traveled to Amethil, which has had its own complications, and now we are here on Anerotima, looking for ancient information about Kenkus. And
You guys sound like a
thus,
bunch of nomads too.
by our continuous traveling, we are constantly in places we are unfamiliar with and perhaps easily ambushed. So combat seems inevitable.
That's just the fun of it, though. Going out, seeing new places.
If a encounter with unsavory creatures or people occurs and you are not able to pacify all of them, how would you proceed?
If I can't stop them from attacking, and they actually manage to pull themselves up enough energy to attack me, then yeah, I'm left with no choice. But it tends not to really get that far.
If you're able to prevent them from harming you, can you also prevent them from harming other people, such as Screech or Arkin?
Sadly, no. It's something that you have to go through spiritual training to be able to do. I think I've seen some wizard mimic the effect before.
It is... I believe the effect you are referring to is something within my own repertoire. I can, through divine magic, prevent individuals from attacking me easily. However, if I take an aggressive or offensive action against them, the effect is lifted.
Yep, that's it.
Unfortunately, this is of limited use, as often I have to help engage to save the others around me. And thus, if you are to travel with us at length, while pacifist solutions are always preferred, they will not always be possible.
That's where you're wrong.
I would like nothing more than for you to prove me wrong.
Well, hopefully it doesn't have to get to that, but I would like to show you some stuff. You seem like a good guy.
Yeah, so you guys travel basically for an entire day. And Chaplain, as you start to see your little stone hut off in the distance, the sun's already set, and you see it's a couple yards away from you guys. The three of you, go ahead and give me perception checks, please.
Oh,
Here it comes. Here it comes. Ah, no disadvantage.
God.
Let's roll though.
Arkin, give me a thieves' tool roll, please.
Okay.
Did he set a trap for us?
He does have proficiency in that, so
So that makes it what, 20?
20.
20. Yeah.
So as you're all walking and heading up towards the house, Chaplain, you step on something and you hear a click. And as you do, you look down just in time to see Screech and Basat, who are walking beside you, step on this noose trap that immediately drags them forward about 5 feet and then shoots them up into the air, and they are both just dangling there in front of you.
By their necks?
No, by their
Oh my
ankles.
God.
Oh my god!
You said noose trap. I'm checking.
Dark Arkin.
They're both dead. Hanged.
There you go.
Hanged by the magic trap. No, sorry, by the ankles. They are dangling by their ankles.
Chaplain is going to start using Sacred Flame to free Screech first on the rope.
Arkin, what do you do when you hear the tracks trigger?
He is going to hop up from his hidden position in the trees and hop down behind Chaplain with his dagger ready and seizes Chaplain. He will like, oh.
So you were waiting in the tree, not in the house?
Yep. The pets were inside the house.
High or low?
High.
So as you jump down, the first thing you see is this cat-like humanoid hanging upside down in front of you.
Okay, so I don't see Chaplain first. I see this stranger first.
Yes, the first thing you see is him, yep.
Okay, going for an attack.
Oh,
Gotta
God.
get past.
Yeah, you got to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
Wisdom save.
What's your DC, Sin?
Trying to add it up because it doesn't have it right here.
8 plus proficiency, which I think for you is 4, so 12 plus modifier.
Yeah, he would make it then.
Great, you're getting stabbed. Great first impressions.
Well, I mean, Chaplain didn't say anything as they approached, so
I didn't really have a chance to say it because I was going to cast light on myself to make myself obvious as fuck. But we're here, so we deal with what we got.
well, let's see how this pans out. First impressions here. It's 23 hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be fine.
Ooh.
You didn't target anybody, but
Yeah. Is he on the map yet?
he's in the combat tracker.
Can I target from?
Yeah,
Oh, I
you
can't target
control
there.
it, yeah.
Okay.
So you jump down, see this cat like humanoid there, and as you go in for the stab, you see Screech dangling just on the other side of him, and then you see Chaplain who's standing there trying to get them down.
Wait, he paused, looks over at Chaplain. He with you?
Correct. Have you actually stabbed him at this point?
No.
Yes. Oh no. Okay.
No,
Well,
I mean, I can't justify that you don't see a 7-foot tall robot before the dagger goes in.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, as hyper aware as Arkin is, I can't see him just being like, "Oh, one, yeah, oh, hey guys,
Yeah, okay.
oh, hey Mark."
I was confused too. Okay. All right. So if he says with Chaplin saying he's with him.
Yes, he is with us. Please cut them down before our assailants get to us. And Chaplin will now focus on Bassett because he assumes Arkin will go for Screech.
Well, Arkin's just going to like flick his wrist, and then where there was one dagger, now there's two. He's gonna chuck them at the area where the other end of the pulley is, and just slice right through those ropes to cut them down. He's like, right as he throws, he's like, "Brace yourselves!" Like, doesn't even really give you time.
Screech, give me a deck save.
Yay!
Because Bassett
So
was
bad.
just barely off the ground. Screech, you were a little bit higher. But you brace yourself in time.
Short.
Her bones are so hollow.
I think, if I remember right, yeah, without armor, she weighs 94 pounds.
With armor, she weighs double that.
How much does Mithril weigh?
Metro's
light.
supposed to be light.
Yeah, it can't be too
Yeah,
much.
so she just zoop.
My apologies, Bassett. This is Arkin, who I presume was defending himself.
No, this is good. It would be great for what we were talking about if, you don't come up with the stabbing right afterward.
Arkin just kind of like looks at Bastet, like narrows his eyes, and then turns and walks back towards the little hut.
Hello, Arkin. It is good to see you safe. This is Bassett. He comes from Bornon, the city we are heading towards. And it seems best that we should travel in groups whenever possible. Is this acceptable?
Whatever.
Thank you for your input. Chaplin will have explained to Bassett as they went that there was recently family issues with, like being kind of vague, but that there was recently family issues with Arkin, and he will be very harsh for a few days.
Few days.
I don't know how you
Entire
bags
time I've
more.
known him.
Every day of his life. He's an emo kid.
I'm trying
Performing to be.
to make people like each other.
Yeah. So I mean, you guys get back, a few hours after sunset.
I suppose we can simply make use of the shelter again and attempt to stay in it for any further windstorms. Or I suppose I could create another shelter.
So we can use the shelter, or we can use the shelter.
We can use the small shelter or the large shelter. The large shelter just draws a lot of attention should there be anything looking for light sources.
Yeah, that would be kind of hard to defend.
It is actually very easy to defend. Based on my understanding with my conversations with the Jackal, it cannot actually be breached unless we open the door for whoever is coming to us. However, it does mean that when we exit, who knows what is waiting outside.
This sounds good to me. Why don't we just go with the big shelter?
This will take some modicum of time. And
It
Chaplin
took you a
will
while last time.
go over and start casting the ritual spell again. Which, as described previously, he just starts marching a pattern and slowly assembling a ghostly building until an hour later a giant fuck-off temple appears. Which, ruling-wise, the door can only be opened by people I dictate, which I'm dictating exactly 4 people.
Mm-hmm.
Plus any Jackal-related people. They can get in there anyway, but there's always a blanket clause of Jackal and his emissaries are allowed in my stuff and are safe from all my spells. I need to put that in my sheet somewhere. They are automatically included in safety from everything.
Can I come in, Chaplain? No.
Aw.
Yeah.
It's like, but I'm the god of knowledge.
You should know
Oh.
that. Just to cover it since we're here.
You wait till the spell's over.
120 feet on the side. I can determine its lighting, its interior layout. Only you and any creatures you designate when you cast a spell can open or close the door.
Just make sure you read that second to last sentence too, though.
I'm well aware. I can determine its illumination. I can determine what it smells like. Choose one more creature types. Undead. They have to make a charisma saving throw to even enter the building, and take penalties even if they pass it. We can't be scryed on while inside of it. Anytime you are healed from a spell, you gain 5 extra hit points. This temple extends into the ethereal plane. A disintegrate spell will destroy it. So watch out for disintegrate spells, which would also work on the stone shelter, to be fair. But it is a very large, well-lit temple that draws a little bit of attention.
So what does Arkin do upon seeing this thing? For an hour, he's marching around as these ghastly bricks are just appearing out of nowhere and sliding into place.
I mean, it's clear that Chaplain is doing it, so
Yeah.
he's watching, and then he just kind of pops open his book and starts writing some things. That's about it. He doesn't actually comment on it or anything.
And then after an hour, you see it solidify and Chaplain walk in. What do you do?
I'm going to make one small change to the layout. One of the rooms that would have been a bedroom is not lit and has a hammock. Because that's what Arkin prefers, as far as I understand.
Arkin's just going to walk around this structure, and
You'll hate it. It's every religion. You're in the main atrium, up in the stained glass windows around every religious symbol you've ever seen and more.
from all around the base of it to the roof and everything, he is going to be spending like the next hour or so testing it for weaknesses to see if he can break into it.
No. From what Cliff and I discussed, it actually cannot be damaged except by the disintegrate spell.
John knows that.
You go up to like the stained glass windows and throw knives at them, and they just tink off.
Yeah, Arkin is familiar with arcane spells, but
Here's an interesting quip though. So would he be able to break the windows on it? Seems how you gave him permission to come inside.
yeah, it specifically says the door, I believe.
Okay. So if Arkin tries picking the lock, he's gonna click it open, no problem.
Absolutely.
He's gonna think about it. It's gonna open.
And Misty Step runs off the ethereal plane, doesn't it?
You know, I don't know if
I don't think it does.
No, I know
don't think it's that
Blink
complicated.
Does.
I think you just have to see a spot and you can go to it. That's pretty much it.
Just wondering if you couldn't Misty Step through it. Oh, you have to see a spot to it. Anyway.
Yeah, I'll have to see inside.
But no,
there are windows.
It is sturdy as fuck. You can't cause any harm to it that you can see, but it is a well-lit structure that is visible for miles. So we're safe, but we draw a lot of attention.
Yeah, so after he's done testing its limitations, he will go up to the roof of it and survey the area to see if it is drawing any attention.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Let's see.
What do you say, Bob?
Chaplain will let Arkin know that he has reserved one room that is poorly lit for his preferences.
Understood.
You can't see anything that seems to be coming towards it. You have a pretty good view from this vantage point, and you don't see anybody coming near.
Okay, so with that, he will walk inside and take a look around.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's like pretty. The stuff is like you can't steal the paintings off the walls. It's weird.
Looks like the most temple-y temple you've ever seen.
No, it's like, oh, this is in a temple somewhere. We have that too.
So after he inspects for a while, like everything on the inside, just as meticulously as he did on the outside, he will.
One fun thing you'll notice, since you're being meticulous about it, is in the center of the room there is a large circular rug, kind of really large, like 20 feet wide, kind of thing. That underneath it has like a fighting ring etched into the stone.
Okay. So you are able to construct this in any way or form that you so choose?
Correct, although I have chosen my temple to do so.
So if you were to make this room that you've designated for myself in the future, would you be able to make 3 distinct exits from the room?
Yes, and I will make sure that one is exterior facing.
He pops open his book and starts making notes.
Do bear in mind that only people that I determine acceptable can open and close the door. So please do not leave them open.
I never intend to. Then after he makes a few more notes in silence, he closes his book, turns, heads for his room, and says, "Pleasant dreams."
And I will. I half expect like the jack will just stop by and say, "Nice," and walk off.
Just walks out of a room. He didn't even see who was there. He's like, I like it. Walks into another one.
Disappears.
Does it just start off as the chapel, or is it like have a courtyard?
Small like coat room, if you will, just a couple of like sitting benches, and then straight into the main atrium. All of the side rooms are off the main atrium area. Most of the building is that main atrium. Only about a third of it is side rooms and whatnot.
Okay.
So the layout cylindrically inside, as I said, is every holy symbol available. It looks like it's laid out so that which direction you're facing it changes how the aesthetic is, how the layout is to be appropriate for a different deity. And so the things carved into the walls, any altars and things like that, all change as you go around the room, and thus people are meant to stand in the center and pray outwards towards the appropriate symbol. This is something we had determined a year ago.
Basset's gonna go off into what he can find as a corner in the cylindrical area, and he's gonna sit down and meditate for an hour before he goes to bed.
Screech is gonna read more of her Kenku book and try to see if she can get out any more information.
Hold on. Just roll it at advantage.
Don't tell her what to do.
Investigation.
I seen the 30 at first. I was like, damn.
I couldn't get a 30 with investigation if I fucking tried. I have a -1.
I'll say you can't even get a 20 if you try.
Get a nat fucking 20, duck knock 19.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
sorry. I mean, Chaplin can hit for 0. You can roll a 19. It's okay. Yep. So you guys rest up. And again, you have the best sleep ever. It's the most comfortable room you've ever been in. Arkin, whether you want to let him know or not, it's the same for you.
So, out of curiosity, if Chaplain does a quick patrol in the night, is Arkin sleeping in the bed or in the hammock?
Does he open the door? Does he see the trap there?
It's just like peeking in on the kids kind of thing.
Just like a little noisemaker goes off and you hear something go woof. And then from behind the door you see Arkin just kind of slowly peek over. Can I help you?
I apologize. I was simply checking on you to see if you were well.
I thought you said this place was safe.
Yes, but it cannot protect you from emotional trauma.
I'm fine.
Please be well. Apologies for intruding on your rest.
The door closes.
Should I install a fucking nightlight in there?
Doors that just have like a little open slot to it from the outside, so you can't trap it.
or no, just motivational posters around the inside of the room.
Hang in there.
It's gonna have some shit about brotherly love, and he's gonna start weeping.
Somehow there's a fire inside this.
All right, so you guys wake up in the morning, fully rested, feeling great. What's the game plan?
To head towards that bridge with extreme prejudice, away from the wind.
You said this place doesn't last that long?
It will disappear about a day after it is cast.
What happens if people are in it?
They stop being in it. I do not recommend being on a second or third story when that happens. But bear in mind that only people I dictate acceptable can open the door.
Oh, okay.
And so now that I think on it, for safety of others, I will make sure the doors close behind us and think about how humorous it would be for any passing travelers to just see that in the middle of the walkway. Yeah, we're heading towards the bridge and hoping it doesn't get windy again.
Okay. Yeah, you guys make it through the bridge, no problem. You guys see that this is still the similar construction to what you've seen before. Sort of a rickety wooden bridge that stretches over this river. Sturdy enough to cross, but you could tell it was made by someone who doesn't necessarily specialize in bridge making.
Chaplain will insist on going first and alone because he's had bad luck with bridges.
Yeah.
So, since we're now traveling at speed with mounts, how does Bassett keep up?
As soon as you guys get on the mounts, he like how he had his staff behind his head and he was just relaxing. He pulls it out and he sits on it sideways and it just starts floating.
So, do you ride it like a magic broom, or you're literally just sitting on a stick that sits parallel as you glide forward?
No, it's like kind of like a magic broom, but he's not sitting with a leg over each side. He's sitting
So
sideways
it's
on
like
it,
sitting
holding
on
it
a
and looking forward.
like sitting on a swing as you glide forward.
So I'm totally
With the
picturing
body.
Bewitched.
It would be more like a broomstick. The thing is, the point of the staff is facing forward.
Oh, you're just right
But-
inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't like get a whole lot of pull up the cheeks.
Unless that's what he wants to do that day. You can't judge him. Side saddle. Apparently,
Yeah.
is what that is called.
Yeah. Yep.
Interesting.
I didn't know that was an actual term. What?
Okay. I was just like, how do people not know that's a term? And then I realized I was the crazy horse girl in elementary school because every elementary school has one. That was nobody's surprised to hear that was me, but like that's
As a note for Bossettes, each day starts with Chaplain summoning a bunch of food and water, offering to fill any water storage you have. And the previous nights and any further nights end with a ridiculous feast as long as there wasn't anything stupid going on.
That's great.
And useful.
All right, everybody, go ahead and give me a perception check based on sight, please.
You're just adding that to make him feel better now?
Actually, I kind of just got. I like actually using, defining structures like that.
That's fair.
what the fuck?
Do it again. See into eternity.
See all.
This is what I want to tell you. This I'm so
So
this.
you all continue for a few days, traveling. A little bit into the third day, you guys have made it to this wooded area where the trees start to grow in more densely and actually becomes a small little forest. And the path sort of winds through, and along the ways you see this cart that looks like it's filled with like crates of goods, and you see that the wagon wheel has busted off of it, and there's two people that are on the side of the road attempting to fix it. And as you get within about 100 feet of it, Screech and Chaplain, both of you notice from your peripherals with slight movement, and you see as you're approaching where this cart is at, that there are people that are in the bushes along the way.
I technically have a 21. Would I see it too?
Yes.
Okay.
Fuck, I still am the only one.
To be fair, it was a 20 that they had to hit. So
Screech is gonna stop and grab her axe.
Yeah, Chaplain is
Arkin's like, this isn't our problem.
Chaplain will lean over and try to quietly say, the fact that we are surrounded is.
And
Sure.
they're not here for us.
you definitely get the feeling of like an ambush.
I thought it was an ambush for the people who have.
They were the red herring.
Yeah, they're clearly.
Well, I get that now, but
Should we run then?
to you, or we can test out the new guy and see how he fares.
Let us attempt the peaceful option for the moment. And Chaplain will lean over to Bossettes. I believe we are about to be ambushed. We are going to make a run for it to avoid conflict. Is this acceptable?
I need to keep putting this shit on. and like not conspicuous at all. He like starts looking around in the tree
Oh my
line.
god. Arkin's like, oh my god.
Sim, high or low?
God.
Hi.
As soon as you start looking around all suspiciously, you hear one of them yell, "They're on to us!" And then you just hear fire. And you start to see arrows rain through the sky. And that's where we're going to end it at for the night.
There you go.
Cool. Cool.
So I addressed this via messaging on here, but I want to say it out loud too. Basset is obviously Sin's new character. Absol has been retired to the mercy of the GM.
Yeah, that won't come back to bite us ever.
Never does. All of the channel point interactions, all of the stream loot interactions that say Absol will say Basset next week. So nothing will have to change with that except for you'll have to actually say Basset to get it to auto trigger. So yeah. Also, I wanted to do this live because I think it'll be fun to do, or it might not be, but I'm going to do it anyways. So if we look underneath the stream here, you can see all of the characters' stat cards. So what we're going to do real quick then is we are going to
Update the page and make us all refresh.
you don't have to refresh, it should do it live.
Do it live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. It should do it live. I say it should. Twitch be doing what Twitch want to do, though. But in theory, now, Absol changed positions and it didn't fucking do it because I forgot to click submit because you have to do done and then submit because things. Boom. So if it worked, you should see the updated stat sheet for Basset. If it didn't work, then you'll see it next time.
If you refresh, it works.
But yeah, so this will be the new character. We'll have fun digging into a little bit. So yeah, everything that has to do with Absol will be updated to Basset to make it as pain-free as possible for you and as painful as possible for me. I have to literally change everything over to Basset. Any reference of Absol.
All I'm seeing is Monk, which just tells me, ooh, another holy weapon target. No? You don't punch a million times?
He can.
Yeah. So that'll be good there. It looks like we did hit our stream loot card goal. So we will do a giveaway for that. You know, it's funny, like the little things that I don't think about when we do the character changes and whatnot. Like updating this layout, and then his name, it was in alphabetical order. So I had to actually redo the layout because I had to rearrange it in alphabetical order. And then it was going off everybody's color, and his was blue. But the GM panel was blue on the last one, so I had to change the colors around actually for it too. Little shit like that, like you don't think about.
And that's why you asked if I still wanted yellow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exclamation point gimme if you want to be entered to win a Stream Loose deck for free. Yeah, so that, and then also the intro. I have to do the fucking intro.
Got this.
Don't worry, I'll I'll wait 2 weeks and then I'll change characters.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. At least give me a week to show it.
I've got to get Screech to Kenku Secrets, and then maybe someday I can play my other character. But she needs her fucking secrets.
Like that. I know. Give us 10 minutes. We're working
I
on it.
know. We'll work
Young
that soon.
Fang, that might be what happened. I don't know. Allie definitely beat the shit out of not only you, but the bot. And
I helped!
no. She did like 6,000 channel points worth of it. They were like, I think most of them were after he was already dead. It like backlogged it apparently.
Yeah, I did, because I spent at least 2, but I think it was 3 or 4K on knocking him down, but that was like at the beginning, and I was doing it kind of spread out. But even I noticed there was a delay and a backlog, and then Allie went in.
Yeah,
Then
so
Allie went.
Allie broke everything. So that's fine though. I can't fix it even because it's channel points are out of my control, so it's just broken.
Allie is streaming Phasmophobia.
Yep.
Is she?
Yeah.
We'll rate her afterwards.
That sounds awesome.
Too bad okay, listen, Alyssa.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to do what you have to do. Use your womanly wilds, and convince her to get jump scare bit donations.
No.
You have to do it. There is listen.
Yes.
I'm trying to help her, motherfucker.
Yes. This is for her benefit.
There is a extension you can get that's built into Twitch that is called Sound Bits, and you can set bits. And if someone pays like $5 worth of bits, so like 500 bits, that you could play a sound or whatever she chooses the bits to be. I will spend my PayPal balance on jump scares on her.
Okay, yeah, but I play with her a lot, and
But you wouldn't hear them. Only the streamer would hear it. So only she would hear it. You would just hear her.
that's fair. I mean,
Unless if you're
an update with the game where the ghost can do shit, so she's normally trying. Now when we play, she's trying to get herself killed on purpose so she can throw shit at us. So jump scares won't fucking work. She'll be like, I guess I'll die.
jump scares will still work. Unless she's just got that iron constitution, which I don't know, maybe she do, but jump scares will work. Or, seems how you want to be defiant about it, we can do a Discord bot that we could do donations, and the Discord bot will make the sounds, and that way everybody hears it when you guys are playing. I like that idea, too.
We could not.
I like that one. I'll bring that one up with her to see what she thinks.
No. Could give me heart attacks.
Yeah, it's supposed to give you 50 HP. It did what it was supposed to. Did defeated not go away? Is that what it is? Because it actually says you have, what, 17 hit points remaining? Did you sneak out with somehow everything broke, but you're still alive? Is it 97? So what'd you do? Heal yourself back up afterwards? Did you sneak heal yourself and no one noticed? That was super sneaky. Hey man, you win. Except for it did the wrong thing.
It works every time the first time.
Yep. It works every time the first time, the second time I do it. 17 seconds, quick. If you want to enter, exclamation point, gimme. Let me prep this up to raid Alley. Nipples, you win. And boom, they are sent. Thank you everybody for hanging out with us. I hope that you enjoyed the little, thing that happened with someone. Woke up a hair too late. You missed what Sin did. It was crazy. You're gonna have to watch the VOD to find out though. So yeah, we're gonna go raid Allie. Make sure you guys harass Allie while you're there in a good way. Obviously, don't make me have to actually say that. And I need everybody to convince her to get sound bits so we can do that, because that will be fun.
It would be great.
It will be so good.
I don't like it.
I'm gonna mute Melissa, and then every time she talks, I'm gonna be like, I do like it. I like it a lot. I'm so fucking happy about it.
You're a bitch.
So, to
Don't
me,
need
Melissa,
your bit.
both of us.
Yes, even better.
I gotta warn Allie that this isn't my fault.
Okay, we gotta go quick before she warns her.
Let's do it.